but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back? Fight back.
Big man go crazy. Legendary.
Perfect. What is up, party people? All right, let me get my back. I have nothing ready. There we go. My bad. I apologize. All right. Whew. That was weird. I had nothing ready. I was confused. There's the chat. All right. What up, guys? All right. So I felt that it was a little bit unfair that Jose was having a Spanish only stream, but requested that we go there and debate with each other in the chat, regardless of what's being said in the actual stream. And I felt like, hey, why don't I go live for the Americans or the English speaking that want to have conversation as well? So that's what it is. That's what it's going to be. And we're going to go from there. You guys want to join the discussion? We're going to go open topic today. Go ahead and join the Discord server. And I will give you the available roles so you can join the panel and have a discussion. As of right now, a couple people, Sean and GPS are over there right now. I'll be there in half a second, you guys. One of the things I wanted to have a conversation about was something that I heard this morning on Jose's Travis. Um, as everyone may already know, not very many people do because I talked about last night. I do plan on going to meet up with Travis tomorrow up at by the Anacapa Islands to make that observation with him. Still working out the time. Still trying to get a hold of Travis, but I also do know that Travis is in a spot right now working where he can't. His service is shit, so I don't expect an answer from him right this second. So um, the reason I haven't got an answer yet isn't because of that. It is because I know what he's doing, so he can't. So, but when I do find out more information on that, I will 100% let you guys know. And then I'm pretty sure he plans to do it, but no matter what, I already plan to do it. If I go up there and meet up with Travis, I'm going to do it live. Um, at least parts of it and whatnot. Definitely the meetup part, so you guys can all see that no one is killing anybody. No, Fred, I am not giving him $500. We have struck a deal. I have agreed to the terms, and that is all I will say. Um, Travis has made made a statement on what it would take. I have agreed to his wants and needs, and so far, as far as that's concerned, we are good to go. But I did want to talk about the conversation that him and Jose were having. Him and not sure who he was talking to at the time. I forget. But they were asking Travis basic questions about the ether band. What is the ether band? And Travis made a very clear statement. It was about it was basically the description of what happens in the air due to refraction. Okay. He also stated that it had nothing to do with weather. Today was a perfect example of this because he said he went out there and it was all cloudy, it was overcast. And in California, our mornings a lot of times it's overcast, and when it is overcast, you lose a lot of optics. It's just sometimes it's not a good time to be making observations. So, in his statement, he also said that it wasn't it what the reason he changed it from air atmospheric conditions is because of the fact that he doesn't want it to have anything to do with weather. Okay, so once we've decided that means okay, any fog, haze, rain, it's going to discredit observations in his term of the ether band. That's fine. Okay, he made it very clear that he has just changed the name for this broad spectrum of it. Now that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is the troll Aaron. Aaron constantly pretends to troll us. When last night I realized Aaron is trolling Flat Earth. He said, and I quote, Aaron or Travis's ether band is an explanation for curvature, which is what we've been telling Travis. Aaron slipped and said it very clearly in the same way. Here's a problem with what Travis said, and I want to state it now. If it's not talking weather, and we're talking obstruction, then you no longer can say that the body of water isn't obstructing. It is the ether band, because the ether band does not consist of any weather effects that would obstruct something. So we are either talking a body of water, a physical body obstructing something versus a physical body being miraged in front of our face. And the only explanation for it to be a mirage would be the curvature, because that's how refraction works, light bending works. Now, if we were talking about it being a weather effect, like we saw in that one boat video that at first I thought was looming, and then it came out that it was a fake, and then Erebus found the real one, and what it really was that fog layer, that bank layer that kind of sits on the bottom of it. Let me see if I can find that picture real quick. That way you guys aren't just sitting here going, what I don't know what picture he's talking about, but he's talking about it. Go ahead and find it. I have it right here. And I do apologize if you guys hear a little voice in the background. That is my son. Xbox and the computer in the same room, so we do have to tend with that. But hey, kind of signed on from the beginning, right? Okay, so here is it. I don't know where I put it, but I will find it. I know how to find it. I know how to find it fast, people. My fingers typing away. Okay, so this is the image I was talking about. Show it like this way. So this is the image. I'll pop this up and put it on the Discord window so you guys can see it. So this is the image I was talking about. And in this image, I thought it was looming. Great day, because I actually got to learn a lot more about what was going on, and it showed us differently because it was also a situation in this image that Erebus had shared with us. Is that this is a weather condition. This is something that happens due to the weather, not due to refraction at any part. So it was real good to learn about this and figure that out. But again, what's obstructing isn't refraction or any type of atmospheric condition besides fog. But remember, we're not talking about weather. That's weather. So in my opinion, that's a tall tale sign that I think that Aaron is correct. I think Aaron pinned the head on the donkey. His chortle was exposed. He showed that Travis isn't, and I was wrong all along. Travis isn't changing the name of atmospheric conditions to the ether band. He's changing the curvature of the Earth into the ether band, because remember, Travis does agree how refraction. I didn't mean to hide you, my friend. I do apologize for that. You have a wrench. No, happen again. I apologize. Travis isn't changing the name of that. He does. He agrees with everything. How refraction works. He even understands it pretty damn well. He knew that the picture we're looking at right now instantly wasn't looming. I didn't even listen to him because this back and forth bullshit that we keep doing that's unnecessary. But we also got to learn that in the end, when Erebus showed it, that the guy even talks about that's a fog layer. And here's the crazy part. In this image, this is not the same image, but this is the same day, I'm guessing, that Erebus showed a picture. He showed the same effect, but a different angle. And in this picture, you can actually see the fog layer. It's actually pretty damn crazy. And it's like you definitely, it shows that no matter who we are, no matter what's going on, we all need to investigate our observations 10,000 times better. Why? Because we're stupid, mainly, right? Here's another good one I just found. Oh, I think pretty much the same thing as what Davros has shared. This is a Superior Mirage. See, I'm learning now. The Superior Mirage. Superior, and I'll try to explain it, see if anyone has to correct me. So the Superior Mirage is the same thing as the Inferior Mirage, but inverted above it. So whereas the Inferior Mirage would give you a quote-unquote mirroring effect below, the Superior Mirage gives you the same effect, but above it, and usually it's upside down. Boom. When I saw. Same thing. Who else? It's Gleam. This one is a fog situation. But yeah, that to me shows, exactly what we're working with. And here's the thing. Again, if you guys really do go back and listen to Travis, he doesn't disagree with anything being said except for once it gets to this is the evidence for curvature. Because that's when the ether band comes into play. The ether band is the obstruction. Ether band means that the whole ocean we see is the ether band. That's all it is, I think. That's what it has to be, right? Okay, so again, the reason I want to meet with Travis is for this 100% reason. There's a situation that happens. Where was it taken from? What was the camera height? What was the conditions this? Now, because of the quote unquote controversy of things going on, it's going to be a little, do I take what he's saying for what it is, right? And that would be the same if I take my observation and I go, here, Travis, here, anybody, here's a picture, here's a video. Make every bit of observation you can take with this video and make your mind up to and make a conclusion to everything you see and explanations around it based on this video, this picture, right? But there's something that happens when two people are able to make the same observation. There's no reason for it, right? I would see any type of miraging the same way he would see it. I would see any type of landscape in the distance, islands. I would see everything as I would see it, right? Not in a video, not in something I have to interpret to be this distance and this distance. Here's the next good part about it. If we do meet up, I do 100% because I know a place up there that I'm going to try to rent a small little boat, nothing big. I'll go to Walmart and get a little boat if I have to. But one thing missing from these observations alone is that boat, that reference point that we keep having in the middle, the distance, and a look back on what we're taking a picture from, right? Things like this takes more than one person to do these things. It takes more than one person to come up with these ideas, right? So that's kind of my goal with meeting up with Travis tomorrow. But when it comes down to his explanation of it, I think it's very clear. He's trying to find a way around it being the curve, but it's not going to happen. What is up? What's up, Eyes to See? Good to see you here. Get you a rinse so you are safe in the chat. There you are. What's up, SV Montreal? Let me go on this list. I haven't said what's up to everyone. I kind of feel bad for that, but I had to get all that out. What is up, Brainery? What's up, Davros? I'll be in the Discord in a second. What's up, Candace James? How you doing? What's up, Adam L? What up, Fred Knotts? What up, Phil Blacker? What up, Sean Smith? Again, I will be in the Discord in a second. What up, Militant Manny? What's up, Mr. Victory? Welcome, my friend. What up, Brat Baby? What's up, Andy Woods? What's up, GPS? What's up, C4? How you doing, sir? What's up, Erebus, aka Bearded Devil? How you doing, sir? Let's see who else is here. That is it for right now. Let me see. What up, the real Vessel? If I think I know who you are, I think you're the real Flat Earther. I think it is. What's up, my friend? It's been a while. What's up, Gary? How you doing, sir? And again, as I go down the list, if you guys want to join the Discord, if you type this in anytime or anyone asks about the link, you guys type this in. I'll share it in the chat right now, and that will give you the verification code to get into the Discord, and I will hopefully see the screen and then get over there like I am as we speak right now. Andy Woods, I got you. You're good to go. You'll be able to join the panel, and I'll be up there in a second. And let me go down the rest of the list. Davros, I think that was it. It is. Oh, and Fetron Rig or whatever my name. My bad. You got a wrench. I hopefully haven't seen you in there, but welcome. And I gave you a wrench. My bad. I apologize. What up, No Name? Scrolling. Eyes to See again. Welcome. And what's up, Math64? How you doing? And let me see. SC Montreal in the house. What's up, Matrix? I'm over at the Discord server if you want to join that. What up, Thad? And I think that is it. That is it. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say just about that, and we'll go ahead and get over to the Discord. See what they're chomping the bits out over there. There we go. There's. I don't want the elephants again. There we go. My bad. Damn elephant gets annoyed. Getting over there. I think multiple screens are awesome, right? They're not. Worst part is. What up, guys? Anyone there? Usually they all talking up a storm.
Oh no, I was on mute. I'm sitting here cleaning guns.
Sounds like fun.
Oh yeah.
So you did hear about me and Travis possibly having the meetup, right?
Yeah, I heard about that. That's cool.
Yeah,
That'll be good times.
Yeah, we came to an agreement. No, it is not $500. But we did have there was negotiating, and yes, we did come to an agreement, and I feel the terms are equal, very equal. So I'm pretty happy with it.
So it's nice and fair. You're good to go on it. He's good to go on it. Everybody's happy. There you go.
So far.
It'll be good times.
I haven't talked to Travis yet. I've talked to Travis briefly last night, but we never worked out a time. So
you're all friends again now. Then I failed to break or anything, but you managed to do it for a back channel. Brilliant! I'm really pleased.
No. Hang on.
I'd like everyone to play nicely with each other. So I'm glad you're bezies again.
Nope. Oh, I want
bromance and all that stuff.
Hug it out.
Brokeback Mountain.
Hang on. I used to see in the chat. I want to make this very clear. Aaron is the devil. Anything out of his mouth, ignore him, because he's the one hyping all this up. Because I had a little rant the other day about this. How Aaron is literally trolling both sides at his will. And last night he caught himself up. I'm making a little upload about it. But I used to see, I think, is in question on my ethics of conversation, I guess, because all she hears is the drama side, right? Because once it gets over to, something happens, my name comes up, and then blah blah blah. Aaron's running around over there talking about how it's my fault this and my fault that, and I promise you, I'm a nice guy. I don't start stuff like that. But yeah, Toady, no, okay. So yesterday, Travis and Eyes to See were streaming, and Travis had always been talking about he's coming to California, and then that whole money thing happened.
Well, that's right. You got to give him $500.
Okay. Well, last night, while
do observations together, right?
Yeah. Well, Ice to See was streaming. I typed in the chat, what time are you going to be out there? And then he said the rhetoric roll, and then I go, how about this? I said, what if? Because I tried, guys, and I swear I would never do this. This is why I even said it. I said, what if I use your observations to figure out where you'll be at? Because he does go to the same place. But I wanted to make sure it was okay, because I'm not going to just show up on him, because that's how people get shot, and I'm not trying to get shot. It's like, hey, Travis. He's like, whoa, no. So that's when he said, you need to do this to make that agreement happen. And I said, okay. So we have an agreement. I haven't talked to him. He was like on Jose's, but I didn't say anything because it was early still. People were sleeping. And I messaged him on Skype asking him tomorrow what time will he be up there so I can get up there. I'm only a couple hours from there. He hasn't responded back, but I also know that he's in the mountains and stuff, so I wasn't expecting him to answer me right away.
Well, I'm really pleased for you, Sean. It was only 2 days ago that you said, I'm done with Travis forever, I'm never going to talk to him again, da-da-da-da. So it's great. Well done.
That's the thing. I I've said this from the beginning to him. I want to make these observations because here's the thing that I never have done. I don't get those pictures that the one Jose has. I've never seen. In my brain, I've never seen these things happen. This shit is like a magical existence to me. I've never seen it.
Have you got a P900?
Nope, I ain't got no shit. I used to have a camera. It broke.
Why do you have to use a P900 for fuck's sake? Use any camera.
I got an iPhone.
It's the camera of choice though, really, for zooming in. Davros, well, yeah. Don't put that voice on Davros. This is something I'm a little bit, knowledgeable about. I've tried quite a few cameras, and to be fair, the P900 is pretty good for zooming in on rubbish perspectives at long distance.
But how about this?
I like that on rubbish perspectives.
For the expertise, how about this, Tony? For the expertise of this conversation, this community's conversation. Any camera is suffice.
Not really, because you don't get a distance, right? If you're going out there, wherever he's taking those shots from, you need a long-range camera, don't you, with a significant zoom on it. And I do agree that the P900 maybe isn't ideal, but it's what's within reasonable price range for most people. Yeah,
I have a hunting scope.
Canon EOS with a 200mm lens. You can find one at a second-hand store for about $300.
I don't know. I had a look, and I couldn't find in the UK a decent zoom lens for my. I've got a couple of cameras. I've got a Canon EOS 1100.
That's right.
So the lens is about 4 times the price of the camera.
I can literally see. I can see in focus 6.5 miles with my hunting scope.
I'm missing all of that.
Attached to my iPhone.
My stream must be breaking up.
I think Toadie's broken.
Broke Toadie?
Yeah, corrupt Toadie.
Oh, and this is a very much so must. I like Ice to see. She's an awesome chick. You guys better be nice to her or you'll be penalized. Boom. Laying down the law. And yes, I censor here. It's a dictatorship as far as Chris Berry is concerned. Yes, this is my world. This is how I roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't like what she has to say, just don't respond. It's a simple thing to do.
That'd be a good idea. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, so what's going on, guys? I feel bad, but I don't feel bad. Because I know
don't feel bad because this ether band thing is a load of bollocks.
Well, no, I was gonna say because Jose's streaming. I hate my computer right now. It's just destroying. I'm dropping.
Espanol, what, motherfucker? You Espanol, what?
Here's the thing.
I know Espanol.
Here's the thing.
Carlos, what you doing here? You should be over there.
Oh my god! Hang on! Stop! Everyone, stop! Carlos.
Later.
What are you? What are you doing here, buddy?
Hola, Carlos. ¿Cómo está?
Has Jose already started?
It's 3:04. It's 3:05. I would assume.
Hang on, let me check. You're full of it.
It's 3:05 on my clock. So yeah, he would have started. What a good guest you are.
Oh crap! He is on. All right, later, guys.
That is so
my other choice is go to the Man of God live streaming.
Hey, Carlos.
Mind of God? What's he going to preach to you, brother?
I do want to say this, Carlos. I am hurt by what you're doing.
I don't care. I love you still.
I don't get why you're doing this.
Doing what, man?
Having a Spanish show with no translation.
Look, I promise
when the majority of the viewers speak English.
Well, welcome to the United States of America. But anyway, if it helps you of any consolation,
I say no.
If you,
I say, stand in protest, Jose or Carlos.
Yeah, what about your international audience that don't speak Espanol?
Yeah, stay here. I stand against the man.
Hey man, I would take as many new subscribers as I can get. Sorry.
Oh,
get
so
it.
you'll get
Okay,
3.
no, yeah, I get no, I
No,
get it. I
I
get
just kidding. I just
you.
kidding.
You
By the
pimping,
way, so,
you pimping those butt cheeks out for viewers. I get it.
nah, I'm just kidding. Well, Jose invited me. He only has like 3 guys that are gonna show up. What are we
That's all you
supposed to
have to.
do?
That's all the people that are going to be listening.
I'll see what I can do.
What do you mean? See what you can? I don't need you to see what you can do.
Let me move some
What do you
things
mean? See
around and
what you
see if
can
I can
do. Thank you.
What are you,
tell
like
you
a
what,
car salesman or something? I'll see what I can do to take
I'll
off the price.
I'll be right back. What the fuck?
Hold
Thanks,
that.
Carlos.
Hold that.
I've got to feel
I,
used right now. What just
hey,
happened?
I'll do like my brothers do to me. Hey, like, hang on, listen to this, and then they'll hang up. Anyway.
Hey, I'm just saying, Carlos, you're welcome here. Any language.
Okay, bueno, muchas gracias. Entonces, si cualquier idioma, pues vamos a empezar a hablar español aquí también.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
that language.
cool story, bro.
He said
Yeah,
not
we
that
don't want none of
language.
that Paris talk around here, buddy.
All right, 10-4.
Hey, Carlos, do me a
Hey,
favor.
turn your mic up.
Carlos, if you want to save face when you get over there, just say that I'm having an English speaking stream at some point.
That you are going to have.
That I am having an English speaking stream.
Okay, I'll do that. I go
Thank you.
check out and make sure that I keep my word.
No.
Okay, well then take my word for it. Then I don't have to do it.
I trust you.
Over and out.
All right. See, that is a perfect example of why I'm doing this stream. They are alienating.
I have a question, Sean.
They're alienating the American speaking people. And then
You mean English?
Then Jose's like, come watch us debate in the chat, even though you don't understand us. Just be there. Yeah, that's how concentration camps start. Just show up. We'll give you food. We'll give you blankets. We'll give you water.
But you understand what we say.
Hey, just stay here. Yeah, hey, you don't need to speak that language. All you gotta do is wrap a fence around them, put tents up, and give them bread and water, and they know.
Just go ahead and have a seat and talk it out. That's it. Don't worry about us. We're just setting up this fence. It's fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yeah, couple of lawn chairs. Here, have a seat. Just wait while we put up the bar.
Now, I got a bone to pick with you, Davros.
Well, I've got a question for you first.
Hang on. Now, the other night, me and you kind of got into it. I'm not sure if you were here.
Einsteinian brain.
Well, that is true, and I want everyone to know I'm wearing reading glasses now, so I am definitely Einsteinian.
Doesn't make you any fucking smarter.
I know. But listen. About 2 hours into the conversation, our buddy Sean here clarified it all, and you could have done this within 3 minutes. I'm happy you didn't, because when I realized it, the stream would have lasted 10 minutes. But if you would have said this, we would have had a lot less fighting going on. If you would have said, Sean, halfway to the center of the earth, centrifugal force balances with gravitational force, and then you wouldn't know you wouldn't feel the effects because they balance each other. But you didn't say that. So I'm letting you know. Whereas in a situation where you were actually correct, but the explanation was making you wrong, and I have now clarified and corrected you, I'm just showing you again. This is how I roll. That's why I'm Einstein.
Well, if you go back and look at Charlie's diagrams and the explanation of it, it's actually a square law that reverses the gravity. It's not just the centrifugal force.
But it's not. I didn't say it was just. See, now you're just trying to argue. I didn't
Well,
say it
no,
was
no,
just. I
no.
didn't say it was.
I'm agreeing,
Nope.
Sean.
I did not just say it was centrifugal. I said it was the balance of the two, which is basically the mass it's grabbing you. It wants you to go to the center. If it wasn't spinning, it would be nothing but going to the center. But the fact that it is spinning means that there is some centrifugal force that pushes you outwards, that plays with gravity. And once you get about halfway into this to the middle of the Earth, from the center to the surface, it would balance itself. You would feel weird.
Okay, maybe I took something different away from Charlie's conversation because
That wasn't Charlie's
I was
conversation.
under
That's
the
what Sean's conversation was.
no, I had a conversation with Charlie too at that same moment, and my understanding was the mass above you would be countering out the gravity from the mass above you would be countering act the gravity of the mass below you, and so those forces would cancel.
That
Was
isn't.
I mistaken?
Yeah. See, that's the problem because it's explained that way makes zero fucking sense.
Okay,
Here's the
so
thing.
if
Here's the
gravity,
thing.
if gravity, if
No,
gravity is
stop.
mass
No,
attracting,
hang on.
hold
No,
on.
hang on. No,
I'm
'cause
trying to
here's the
explain where
problem.
I'm coming from.
I know, but here's the problem. I know where you're coming from because this is what Davros was saying. And Davros and Charlie and you all come from the same parent company, obviously. I'm just kidding. Yes, the atmosphere does weigh on you. It is on you. But here's the thing. Right now, the atmosphere is on you. And it's not a tiny bit. It's a fucking lot. Compared to the atmosphere
Yeah, but it's
itself,
at you from
not,
every angle, Sean.
yeah, but
Every
you feel
angle.
it. But you feel it more on your shoulders.
Well, actually, the weight upon your shoulders is the same as the weight upon your feet.
Okay. Now, if I go closer to the center of the Earth, let's pretend it's not spinning.
Well, then your centrifugal force gets thrown out the window.
Exactly. Completely out the window at this point right now. Right now, we're not. I don't care for it. Right now, we're talking.
But that was the premise of your argument.
No. Now, it's a premise of understanding the conversation. So right now,
Yeah, so with the ether band, is that actually ether or is it just a shitty word?
We've already understood. Why you gotta bring up bullshit, man? Why you gotta bring up bullshit? Okay, so this is what
Because that was the premise of your starting argument.
Okay, so here it goes. Now,
I need a bowl.
If you get to the center of the Earth without spin, gravitational forces are going to be extreme, correct?
No.
Can I borrow your bowl?
Here, stop. Why not?
And I can tell you why, because based on the explanation Charlie gave me, so if I'm mangling this, I can only apologize to Charlie. But the mass surrounding you is pulling you from the center in every direction at the same time, at the same rate. It's accelerating every atom in your body outward.
Okay, but here's the problem.
Because all the mass is around you, and that's where the gravity is coming from. It's not coming from the center, it's coming from the mass itself.
Okay, here's the problem with that. So does that mean, not even a problem with, answer this. Does that mean, so we'll use the moon and Earth. Does that mean the 2 points of the land, of both land, that are closest to each other have the strongest gravitational pull, or does the back of the Earth have its own gravitational pull to it as well?
Every atom in the Earth has gravitational pull.
Okay,
it's like think of it more like a daisy chain, right? And each one is linked to the other, and it's that combined force that's exerting that gravitational acceleration on the atoms in your body. But if all those atoms are surrounding you equally distributed, it would mean that those forces would cancel out at that point. That's why you wouldn't be ripped into a million pieces or squished just from gravity at the center of the Earth. Those forces cancel out.
Okay, let's just say you're standing at the center of the Earth. You're telling me that standing at the center of the Earth, gravity no longer is directed at the center of the Earth. It is now directed in every direction away from the center of the Earth.
Yes, if there was a hollow bubble instead of the Earth's core, and you could be suspended in it in a machine that could withstand the atmospheric pressures involved, then the gravity itself would be canceled out. Yes, is my understanding. Now,
So
whether or not
then,
that's true,
do
I
we
don't
measure?
know. I'm just saying.
So when we measure the gravitational pull of Earth on the moon, do we measure the front of the moon, middle of the moon, or the back side of the moon?
The entirety of the moon.
No. But okay, see.
Okay, so
Okay,
what you would
maybe
look at is the
misunderstanding your
majority of the
question, but I thought
bulge.
it was at the
So no, how
surface.
about this? If we started in space and we used light so we could see the gravitational direction, and we would see is everywhere in space around Earth would rush to the middle of the Earth. No?
No.
Where would it go?
Okay, so what you want to do here is you basically want to find yourself a model of coalescence, right? And once you see the model of coalescence, right, the gravity becomes stronger and stronger as the mass grows, but that center of gravity is not in the middle of the mass anymore. Because the objects are pulling on each other within the solar system, that inertial gravitational force actually gets pulled out.
Your word, man. Okay, here's the fucking problem. You are talking to a dummy. That means you need to figure out a way to dumb down your explanation. You got to do it. I don't understand. Because here's the problem.
Okay.
No,
All right, I'll bring in the marshmallow. No, I'll bring in the marshmallow explanation.
Well, here's the problem. Let me ask you it because I'm the one who you need to make understand. Okay, here it is. Okay, so we are all taught that the gravitational pull, everything, plumb bobs, all point to where?
What?
Where does a plumb bob point to?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess it would be the center of Earth's mass, wouldn't it?
Center of the mass, but that's down.
Okay, stop. Okay, if it's the center of the mass, that means the greatest gravitational pull would be at the center of the Earth. Now, if that's not the case, then when you hold a plumb bob down, that's saying that it's not pointed at the center of the Earth, because in your guys' explanation, it's pointed at halfway down there.
But you see, you're messing with vectors now.
Yep. Let's vector it up.
And it's all Sean's fault.
Okay, so where we measure the gravity for Earth is from the surface of the Earth. That's where our gravity. That's where we measure our gravity. And then subsequently we go both ways. When you start getting into the Earth, then the center of mass is going to change because the mass around you also has a center because now you are in a different location. Do you see what I'm saying?
No.
So now you have to take.
Because here's the problem.
Now you have mass above you. Mass to the sides of you, mass mass below you. So the center of mass is going to change per your location. In reference to the Earth.
So then that also means
you're still going to get crushed either way.
But that means that the idea that a plumb bob points to the center of the Earth is not true.
Why? Except but that's in reference to what location you're at. Because if you're next to a mountain, that mountain has more mass that is closer. So it's still pulling towards the center of the mass. It's just that mass is a lot closer in proximity to where you are.
But that's saying that gravity goes in all directions, not just to the center.
No, it's still the center. Okay. Okay, it's still pulling
Okay,
towards the center of the Earth, but you
this is
are
one
being
thing.
affected by the gravity of everything else around you, the mass of something else around you,
You guys are
right?
gonna make me bring out the things.
Sean, do you know that you can bend light with your finger?
No.
Right. Okay.
I feel
No,
like
no,
the
no.
fourth
Okay. So every as Mr. Skip No Name James has stated to you, every atom in your body has its own gravitational force. Those get cancelled out because of the strong force of your atoms. But you still have a gravitation. Everything has a gravitational force because we are a mass.
Hang on. If you guys hit that live link, you'll be able to see what I'm looking at. I want you guys to see
No,
it.
no, no. I don't like your paint.
John respects my intellectual ideas of what could be. Just because you don't,
Yeah.
Davros.
Well, I'll have to watch on the YouTube and then I'll ask questions afterwards.
Did you have a look at the explanation that I posted? The trouble is this stream keeps kicking out. It's actually, in reality, it's more complicated, and I think we should go with the simple version. Because actually, if you look at the if you look at the link, the crust varies in its density, which actually confuses it. But if we assume that the Earth has a consistent density, i.e., is made from one solid material, it would be 0 at the center, and then would be a linear progression as you go from the center towards the surface, and then as you go up from the surface, it would be a squared function.
Okay. So, hit on that live link because I think I have an idea.
I'm on the live link, so put a dot in the middle.
So, right.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now put, for example, a dot halfway between that and the top and the surface. Fantastic. Okay, so it's a linear function, which is what I posted the other night, and we're assuming, by the way, that the density is consistent all the way through the Earth. Okay, reality we know is different; it varies in different densities. But if we assume it's a homogeneous material, okay,
we're gonna assume so. If we're here where the dot is, that dot,
that's
is
1G.
It's going to want to point. Its vector is going to be to the center, right?
Stream's buggering up for me.
Oh, okay.
I know, it's a real nightmare. I can hear it on your watch page. It's just Discord doesn't work well on the iPad.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
Yes.
I'm thinking is at the red dot, it does this. All the directions of the main.
So the red dot, you're saying the red dot is you in there,
No, this is
or
because Tony said.
So if you can hear me, the red dot is half a G.
Yeah.
So the green dot at the top is 1G on the surface of the Earth. And it's a linear function all the way to 0 at the center, assuming a homogeneous material, which it is in reality, but let's, for the sake of our discussion, assume it's all made out of one solid material. The point where the red dot is, because it's a linear function between the center and the top, therefore it's half. And you can work that out from the proportions that are exerting upon it. So if you look at the red dot, you've got 1, 2, it's halfway between, isn't it? So you've got 3/4 below and 1/4 above, which means it'll be half a G.
At the center of the Earth, though,
0.
all the mass is at the center of the Earth. It's pulling to the center surface of the Earth.
It just keeps cutting out the sound one.
The way I was picturing it in my mind the other day, Sean, was like gravity's a magnet. You're a steel ball. You go if you tunnel down, towards the center of the earth, there'd be an equal amount of magnets surrounding you in all directions, and it would basically end up canceling itself out. But again, that's just how I'm conceptualizing it. I know that's probably not correct.
So if you go to the chat, Sean, and click on the link, if you can hear me, there is a graph of what it actually is. Yeah, there's actually a graph that shows you what the gravity is all the way to the center. Yeah, and there's a pretty good article that discusses it. Yeah, and it is 0 at the center.
Which chat?
Your Discord.
There.
Yeah, it's pretty
Okay,
recent.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah, and if you open that up and then go to the bottom of that page, there's a guy, and he actually gives you a real graph all the way through all the different kinds of mantle: C mantle, A mantle, B mantle.
Mickey?
Does it go through the dismantle?
Mickey.
And there's a noddy answer at the top.
Being ignored. It's a good question. You don't get it, Mickey Mantle. Oh, jeez.
Oh, I didn't hear it, Sean. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. It keeps cutting up, unfortunately.
Yes, he is. It's because he's used up all the electricity in the world.
Okay, the gravity acceleration Earth.
Yeah, there you go. Can you see it? It's like a graph. It's like a sort of a hump-shaped thing.
Yeah, hang on. But see,
that's from a geologist. Yeah.
But see, here's okay. So if I really got into this, and obviously there are places I can go that would show me. I'm not sure you guys seen it right on the live. If not, I'll show you on the showing it on the YouTube screen. Hang on, pulling it up right now. There you go.
Do you know if you were on a hill made of granite, you would weigh more?
See, so here's the problem with this, though. I get what you're saying, and I could probably sit here and figure this out, but let's keep it real, Toby. If we're sitting here trying to explain, like, for instance, we're trying to explain this visually, this is even worse of a visual representation. I don't get this.
Well, that's why you need to read into it, which is why I spent, because it's a very interesting question, by the way. That's why I spent a couple of hours reading up on it, because first of all, I thought it was quite simple, and then realised it's a little bit more complicated, like a lot of these things are.
Jody,
but
it's never that simple, mate. You know this. Come on.
Yeah, but if you think about it, and it is quite interesting when you think about gravity and the way that it was force. If it didn't work like that, Sean, when we're on the surface, we'd be pulled apart sideways. Do you sort of mean if it was just due to the various masses around, right?
Yeah, if you got close to a mountain, it would pull you apart.
No, because it would, well, the gravitational pull isn't strong enough to do that, first of all, especially because of centrifugal. And centrifugal is not enough for that to be, for us to be flown out to the atmosphere, right?
No, I mean in terms of how the vector works from gravity. If you got to the center of the Earth and it wasn't 0, the gravity was significant. So here's an interesting question. If you can,
wouldn't it be easier?
Hang on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I just can't hear it because it cuts up.
Oh.
Here's an interesting question. If you can hear me, right? If you can hear me, here's an interesting question. At what point on the Earth, either the surface or under the mantle, is gravity at its strongest? Is there a point where it's more than 1g? 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh, no.
The answer is no. But I had to think quite hard to work out.
But see, that doesn't make sense. So look, so this is what I was going to say. If you guys look, so that little circle, the wonderful world that I've made, my paint, to better explain what we're looking at there, wouldn't this make sense to do it like this? Okay, so I go, already figured this out. So when I say Toady, where at this point, green dot,
Hmm.
gravitational pull down, said is 1g.
It is 9.8 meters
And
per
its
second.
vector is to the center of the mass we're standing on.
Yep.
Okay. So
And notice it's to the center of the mass you're standing on. That's what I'm saying about being pulled apart. It's not sideways towards other bits of the mass. It's towards the center of the distortion within the
yeah.
the gravity well. Yeah.
So then we should be able to say, okay, we're at now. Imagine everything is at the top. Okay, just for the sake of the argument, I'm gonna put everything's at the top. This red dot.
Hmm.
Red dot. I want. Actually, I don't care. Put it right here, halfway. Halfway. But
Hmm.
we're gonna call it halfway.
Hmm.
So we've distinguished that here it's half, 0.5.
Yeah. And note it's already having. Sorry, I've got to talk quietly because of the house, but also I don't know if you guys are hearing because it keeps cutting up. It's half, but the effect of the pull in the other direction due to the other mass on the other side of the Earth is balancing that out already.
Okay, so that's what I was
So,
going to
so
ask. So
yeah,
it may be like this. It may be this direction. There's 0.4 for whatever reason, because we know there's more dense crust. And in this direction, we're going to call it 1 or 0.1 of a G.
What are we looking at?
so Sean, it's really difficult because it just keeps cutting out, which is incredibly annoying because it's an interesting topic. No, what I'm trying to explain to you is half of the way there, because it's a linear function, we're assuming the mantle doesn't vary. Okay, we'll just assume that the density is the same. The other side of the Earth is already cancelling out, yeah, part of the effect that is upon someone who is halfway between the top of the Earth and the centre. The other side of the Earth is already cancelling part of that out.
That would mean that
So
at the center of the Earth,
it's
in
zero.
every direction, no, because at every direction, it should be, ready? -1.
No.
You
Why?
That's where, right, the reason it isn't -1 is it's zero because the cancelling out effect of the mass that is on the other side in terms of the direction of the pull towards someone who is at the red dot. Yeah, you've got.
What is it?
It's a shame I can't draw it, right? If you put lines there, you could call it. You've got one quarter above the red dot, and you've got 3/4 below the red dot. Yeah,
Yes.
but 2/4 are below the 0 point, below the red dot. Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So
Yeah, it's a linear function. That's what they say in the thing that I read up. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's how it cancels itself. Is because as
Correct.
you get
Yep.
towards the center, think about this, right? So gravity's pulling everything to the outside of the planet. As it pushes in, guess what happens? It technically becomes a push against itself, which is what negates it.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. So if we're standing,
That's right. Exactly.
So
Yeah.
standing
So,
but if we're standing at the center of the Earth,
so hang on. If you were trying to dig your way out,
yeah,
if you're trying to dig your way out of the center of the Earth, yeah, you would be trying to dig against yourself upwards, essentially.
yes, exactly. Yeah, I've tried to explain this to people before, but the thing is it's not dig up like you would think, because you would see. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's not the same
Just
thing
don't.
as digging down. No, but that's the thing I'm trying to figure out though, because here's the problem I'm having. If you're at the center of the Earth, you then have the same amount of mass around you as you did standing on it, don't you?
No,
Or
because
then that means
you've
that
got two
green
above you
line-
and two below you.
Yeah.
So
Hang on. But that means that our green dot, its actual gravitational zero is here before it goes the other way. That's where it wants to go, basically. That green dot at the bottom. When you're standing on the top of the Earth, where the green dot, we feel 1g. What our gravitational zero at the surface of the Earth should be the bottom of the Earth, right?
when you're on what you're calling the top of the Earth,
it would be 0 and 0,
which isn't
because it, right?
When you're at the top of the Earth.
And at the same time,
sorry, it keeps cutting out for me. I'm really sorry. It's so annoying.
That would be the red's gravitational zero as well from that point, because there's more mass under it.
When you're at what you're calling the top of the Earth, okay, you're at the maximum point of gravity having effect on you. Everything downwards or towards the center from that diminishes the amount of gravity. Now, the cancelling effect of what is below you, what is below the center point, and what is above the center point, cancels out all the way to the top, where it then becomes 1g. Which is why, actually, if you then look at the graph and you notice the mantle effect, in reality, because of the thickness of the mantle, it only starts getting weaker because the increased mass at the center as you go past that quarter point, which is what the graph shows if you read through the description that I sent.
But then that's saying that the gravitational effect gets stronger. And it's not that it gets stronger. No, hang on, hear me out. Because if that's the case, okay, wait, you're right here. So the way I felt it should be is that the closer you get to the center, the stronger it should get, because you're at the center.
I agree. Intuitively, that's incorrect though. But that is intuitive. I thought that as well. Yeah, it would get stronger up to the 0 point. It doesn't. It actually gets weaker.
Yeah. So which way do you want to look at this? Do you want to look at this using Newtonian mass to mass, or do you want to go Einsteinian?
Well, this is.
I just need to know.
If the top green dot and the bottom green dot, or better yet, the middle, was 50-50, and it was a ratio we could scale it to. At the middle, it's 0. As you go all the way to the top, it'd be like 80%, and that would be the 80% of the mass is below that spot. And no matter where you move it around, it would show you percentage of mass to its vector, basically.
Yeah, but the entirety of the mass, if you're in the middle of the mass, the entirety of the mass is around you. Therefore, everything around you cancels itself out.
But see, you guys keep saying cancel out, but that gravity doesn't cancel itself out either.
No. It's the entirety of all the forces, the weight of the mass, the gravity, the atmosphere on the outside of the planet, the gravity well from the fabric of space-time. At the center of that mass, it's 0.
So think of it like this, Sean. Because it's a linear function, the half that is the other side of the center, is only cancelling out that next quarter to the red dot. So the 1g is coming from the bit that's left, uncancelled out between the red dot and the green dot, if that makes sense. Tending in an upwards direction.
Yes, but
does that make sense to you? Yeah.
But yeah.
Because and I'm in the top red dot. Sorry, I'm in the top green dot. So let me say that again. So the bit below the center. So if you take the center, could you put a blue dot? Because it'd be easier to talk about reds and blues rather than you got greens and reds. Yeah.
Wait, so blue.
Go you Reds!
Okay, yeah, so make the green blue.
At the bottom.
Make another blue.
At the bottom, the green at the bottom, make it blue.
Damn, Tony hating on blue or on green.
Yeah, no. Leave the green at the top is fine, but just make that one blue. So let me explain, and it doesn't quite work like this mathematically, but it'll make it simple. Between the blue dot and the black dot, because we know that it's a linear function, that bit of the Earth is cancelling out essentially the mass that is pulling in the other direction between the black dot and the red dot halfway. Okay, which leaves the bit between the red dot and the green dot to exert a full 1g essentially.
So is this fair to say that gravity?
God, it's so annoying. This fucking Discord is just shit.
Is it safe to say that gravity only points to the center of the mass at the surface of that mass?
If you're simplifying it, yes.
Because, well, not simplifying from any direction. That's general
No,
relativity in itself.
Yeah. Okay, so look at it, right? So I'm going to bring in some field theory, and don't worry, I'm not going to go hard on you, right? So think about it. When the sun was in its part of the fabric of space, right, it created a field of gravitation. Okay, so what happens is that field of gravitation then moves over to Mercury, and then moves to Venus, then moves to Earth, right? And then that creates the gravitational function. The majority of the gravity is on the outside of the planet.
Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah, totally.
Brilliant. I'm just sorry. I just swapped computers because it won't break up on this one. Sorry, Danfrost, carry on.
Yeah, hey, keep going.
Right.
I'm going to go grab a soda, but I have my Bluetooth headset, so I am listening. But keep going.
Cool. Yeah, so what happens with the entire bending of that fabric of space-time, the majority of the gravity is always to the outside of the object. What happens is the mass itself has its own gravity from the atoms being pulled to and fro and all that sort of stuff in their particular field. Now, with that field of the gravitation from the sun, the moon, the other planets, that's what creates all these external forces working on the planet. And as I said, it's a marshmallow theory. If you pulled a marshmallow apart, right, the majority of that pull is not on the center of the marshmallow. It actually comes from a circle outside of that marshmallow. And think of it opposing when you're talking about gravity, right? So the marshmallow is the center, the gravity is on the outside pushing against it. What happens there is, like I said, it is a cancellation, but the cancellation is to zero, not to a negative number.
Okay, so I'll read out what the guy said. Yeah, the original explanation, assuming that the Earth is all made out of the same material. Yeah, is fine for a freshman physics kind of problem. He says that's fine. This assumption results in the gravitational acceleration dropping linearly with increasing depth, which is what we just talked through. This is not what actually happens inside the Earth. The D layer, the core mantle boundary, is about 3,000 kilometers below the surface. And what happens is the gravity actually increases to about 10.68 meters per second at that depth.
So it's about a 10% increase?
Yep. So it assumes a constant density, and the Earth is anything but constant. Gravity increases with depth down to the bottom of the transition zone, where it's 10.0143 meters per second, then decreases to a local minimum of 9.93 meters per second in the middle of the lower mantle, and then increases again to a global maximum of 10.6, the number I just gave you earlier, per meters per second, and then finally drops to zero at the center of the Earth. Thus, gravity increases with decreasing R, increasing depth, if the local density is less than 2/3 of the mean density. And this is the kind of thing that we've been trying to explain about what happens at the red dot on Sean's diagram. Do you see what I'm saying? So it depends on the density of the materials. So actually there is a place, I'm incorrect with what I said earlier, I'm correcting it. There is a place on the Earth where you can get more than 1G. And it appears to be in the, what was that one where I said 10.6? In the lower mantle, which is the heaviest material by the looks of it.
Yeah, isn't that where it's mostly half magma, half basalt, like mixed together?
What was the level right above?
Let's just have a look, because it tells you what it's made out of in that graph. If you bring the graph up, it actually tells you. Here we are, lower mantle. You can see it's 10 point. There we are, between the outer core and the lower mantle. If you look at that graph, it'll show you it's 10.6. Yeah. So go back to the graph. If everyone can see that as well. When you get to the very center of the Earth, it's 0, but you can see the place where it would be biggest is 0.5 away of Earth radii.
Okay, I see what
Yeah. But obviously there we're getting into what the different materials are made out of, not our simplistic explanation. Yeah.
Don't forget, Sean asked you to dumb it down, so don't.
Yeah.
Nope, he did.
Don't get too messy.
Hang on, I'm trying.
He did
Hang on, and
exactly.
then
because what I'm doing because what I'm actually doing as we speak, and this is why I was asking that again, is I'm making like my dots, but I'm showing, I'm putting in
the different mantles.
10.6. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Sean, the really interesting thing is, if you look at that graph, look at the thing to the right when it is in the white area. That's when you come off the top of the Earth, and it then becomes no longer a semi-linear function. I mean, it isn't linear, but semi-linear. It then becomes logarithmic. Can you see that as well? Can you see where it goes halfway through the graph? It comes away from Earth radii 1 to 2. Do you see what I mean? And you can see it's an inverse square law then.
So that's
like somebody said earlier.
Travel
into space, or into the upper atmosphere.
And that's why they do that to decrease the effects of gravity when they launch a rocket like that too, right?
Yeah.
That's why they go with the spin.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Exactly, because if you look at it, the worst you have to fight is that. Well, it gets a lot easier at 0.5 radii away. Yeah, reduces down to 2 meters per second, doesn't it? So the worst bit you're fighting is that first bit, isn't it?
Yeah, closest to the mass.
Yeah, closest to the mass, exactly. And if you look at that graph again, and that graph is pretty good when you look at it, and I know now we've had the chat, it's easier to understand the graph. He's drawn the line on it as well. He's actually drawn the linear. I said earlier it's a linear function, which would be true if it was all made out of the same material, but you can see how much it deviates from the linear function. In fact, it's pretty much linear after that maximum point, 10.6.
Yeah, it can't. I've got to stop saying cancel. As the linear function decreases on the way down, because it's not a square law, it's that linear degradation of the gravity.
Yeah, it degrades pretty quickly, you're right, because the proportion of the mass is smaller in comparison, isn't it?
Yeah, because as you get towards the center, you're decreasing your center of mass compared to what's outside of you.
That's correct, exactly. There's less and less mass to have an effect, isn't there? And the heavier stuff is further and further.
Well, and then you also have the masses that are on the sides of you as well.
Yeah, that's like colloquially what we're saying is that it's not just that downward part of that mass, it's the entire mass around you.
Well, this shows
the bad part about that is that's not taught to us.
It isn't. What this shows is pretty interesting. It shows me that the upper surface, the upper half of the radius of the Earth, is actually mostly greater than 1g and is made of really tough, heavy stuff. And then as we progressively get from the half of the radius towards the very center of the Earth, it's then a linear function, essentially, isn't it? From that 0.5 point, if you're looking at the graph, then it's pretty linear, isn't it? Yeah.
For the lower mantle to the upper mantle.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, from lower mantle. No. From lower mantle to inner core, it's linear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, from lower mantle to upper mantle, that's from the surface downwards. Do you see what I mean? Because,
Yeah, I read it back. My bad.
Yeah. And that's not taught to us, you're right. I didn't know that before.
Because, that's why that's this past 2 days, the whole argument is based on, I've never in my life heard anything but center of the Earth.
And do you know, it's a great...
So that would be, right off the bat, how is it far-fetched at all for someone to say, at the center of the Earth, you should feel the most?
Well, because that isn't how it works, is it? As we've just seen.
But if the center of the Earth is where all gravity points to, plumb bobs all tell us this.
Yeah, sure.
You're going to assume that the closer you
Okay.
get, the stronger it's going to get. The
But-
same way, the
it's-
further away
yeah.
you get, the weaker it gets.
The assumption is the
gravity-
mother of all fuck-ups.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but gravity is described as center of mass to center of mass. So the closer you get to the surface of the Earth, the more mass you're going to have on all sides. So it makes sense, and I mean, we see it in our solar system as well, with the size of Venus and everything. The center of mass changes. Well, pretty much everything.
So where would your plumb bob point if you were in a mine that was halfway to the center of the Earth? Okay, we dig this mine.
Exactly. Oh my God,
Yep,
that
and
is
we're
perfect.
Yep, and we're on this graph. I think it's pointing upwards, probably looking at this. 'Cause
Sideways. Or
Yeah,
it-
well,
or it
yeah,
may-
you're right. Maybe sideways, yeah, or
it
up
could
sideways,
kinda-
yeah.
Ooh, you know when you freak out a magnet or a compass, how it goes from 90 to 45. It may do one of those.
Very much.
That's what I was thinking, kind of like just a big circle.
Yeah,
If
it
you
could
get,
well
an,
look
if you
at
get
this.
an equatorial compass, right, so one that's created for the equator, and you bring it below 45 degrees south, it won't point north.
Yeah, but hang on, but so imagine you have a plumb bob everywhere you go. There is, from what you're saying, with that, especially that halfway point to the center, that plumb bob should go 90 degrees at some point.
At some point,
some
definitely. Yep. Because that heavy mantle, the upper mantle and lower mantle, is very, very heavy. Yeah. As we can see, and that's why it's causing the greatest G-force. In fact, more than is at the top. Yeah, more than up. So it probably is at that point. It's really pretty interesting, isn't it? And by the way, this is why I was thinking the other day about the sideways aspect of it, because we're talking about, the way that gravity works. It's quite a good argument against flat Earth, because if it didn't work in this fashion, we would feel forces in other directions rather than just downwards.
We would feel almost everything. Buoyancy would be completely different.
Yeah, or we'd walk towards an edge and feel a much stronger or weaker gravitational force towards wherever the edge was. But we could find the edge by that. Yeah, we could find we could fly around the Earth with a gravimeter, sampling the gravity and look for anomalies, and you could find the edge that way.
Because see, that's a big issue. Now that I think about it, because when you even think of geometry and how surveying's taught, if I go to the top of a mountain and use a plumb bob, there's no elevation that I would have to offset with to find my center. You see what I'm saying? Now, that means that the top of a mountain is going to be different than at 30,000 feet in a plane. If I weigh myself on a plane at 30,000 feet, I'm going to be significantly lighter than if I weighed myself at 30,000 feet on a mountain.
Not sure about that. He gives an example here of the
Why
deepest
not?
mine.
You're
Hang on.
literally being on. You're weighing yourself on a
Here we are.
mass versus
All right.
being above the mass.
Here we are. I'll read it out. Yep. Yes, the weaker the less force, the deeper you get in the Earth or any solid body. Gravity increases linearly, which we know it doesn't, but bear with it, with the distance from the center, right? At least according to theory, but obviously not. Earth radius is 6,370 kilometers. A quick search gives Tau Toner Mine as the deepest one at 3.9 kilometers, a fractional decrease of only 0.999994. So, it's 4 kilometers is not very significant. Now, how tall was the mountain?
Mental say 0.3 Earth radio.
So what's the material of the mountain? Because that will increase the gravity.
Is the mountain more than 4 kilometers? Is it more than 4 kilometers high, this mountain?
Yeah, if it was made of granite.
I think so. Because it doesn't show the distance.
Sorry, I mean, which mountain are you talking about? You said it would be really significant and you'd notice it. I don't think you would. No, the mountain, not the mantle. You said in a plane, it's going to.
Okay, so if I'm standing on Everest, on top of Mount Everest, and I weigh myself, it says 180. I get on a plane and I weigh myself at 35,000 feet. I should weigh far less because I'm standing on the mass versus being a.
Yeah. It doesn't work like that. You're saying far less. A mountain is already in a pointy shape, and you've got that inverse square law of the pointy shape working against you. Yeah, the difference will be similar. Yeah, to the anomalies that I was getting. If you remember when I was doing those weight measures when I was moving around the Earth because of the centripetal force.
Yeah.
If you remember, it would only be similar to that because this guy called Baum, he tried to detect. He started with mountains, but he was trying to detect, I think, tanks and stealth fighters, right? By looking for gravitational anomalies, yeah. And it's really, they're tiny. They're tiny.
Okay, so essentially that means, Tony, the same test that you did with the weights and 3 different weights, you could essentially do the same thing. If you could do it over the same area, do the same thing in a plane.
But they do this already. So when I used to go and do measurements with a gravimeter, we could measure that the gravity was definitely different, and it was very different when I used to go up, quite large. It's a very sensitive instrument, right? The gravimeter. It's got a set weight that drops down in a vacuum tube that's inside this thing that's about the size of what we in England call a pressure cooker. So it's like a big saucepan, right? It's pretty big actually. You lug it around to the back of a Jeep, and you do these measurements with it. And we did that on the top of these hills, which were made out of granite, and you could definitely detect it. But it's a tiny difference; it's not massive. You couldn't do it with ordinary scales. Yeah,
actually, so I know exactly what you're talking about, and this is okay. If you want to understand what he's talking about in the dummy version, okay, and I learned this. Funny enough, when I first learned about water trucks. So in a water truck, one of the ways to see how much water is in the back of those tanks is they get a big tube and they put like a ping pong ball in it. And obviously the ping pong ball is going to float on the surface of the water. Well, the machine that Tony's talking about, imagine if that didn't have water, but for some odd quantum reason, this ball is able to do this over and over again, nonstop. It drops itself from the top like a chamber, and it just counts how fast it drops just millions of times. It's over and over and over again, and it kind of calculates it that way. It's like constantly doing a drop in a chamber. How fast does it go? How fast does it take? How fast does it take? Right?
Yeah, that is exactly what it does.
Yep.
I've just posted to the chat
that told me about that. Those are badass.
There you go. This is what we used. The A10. This is exactly the one that we used. Yeah, I don't know if you can see the picture I posted in the chat.
Yeah, I'm getting the link right now. I'm going to show it on you.
Yeah, and it does precisely what you say. It constantly is dropping a weight within a thing.
Yep. Yeah, and it just constantly.
That's the same as what they used. Yeah, that's the same as what they use around the planet to do the gravity measurement.
That's what I was doing. That's exactly what I was doing.
But I'm talking about the ones in the universities where they have them set up in those Gauss fields.
I was working for CERN.
What I described was like the archaic way of doing it, and then when like technology got a hold of it, they made this, the portable absolute gravity meter.
Yeah, and if you look it up, okay, what are its subcomponents? I'll read them out. It's got the evacuated dropping canister, so that's basically a glass tube with a vacuum in it. It's got the internal drag-free chamber, and that's like these slots that the weight will fall through. It's got the balanced test mass, and by the way, it takes like half an hour at least to stabilize these buggers and adjust them and get them.
That's the 3 silver rods on the
Yep.
side. Yeah, I'm used to
Yeah.
doing that on the. You have to do that on
Yeah.
stations when you survey.
Exactly, and it takes ages because you've got what you tend to do is you overcompensate in one direction and then you have to whittle it back the other. You know what it's like. It's a nightmare. And then you have to do a load of, once you think you've got it level, you have to do all these test drops,
verify,
right? Yeah. Then it's got the rigid tripod system. That's what we're talking about. Then it's got an optical interferometer, and that actually shows you where your difference is.
On it's cool because on this, that goes on the surface of the ground or surface of wherever you're testing, right? See, on ours, we put ours on a tripod, and you know how the tripod has a center punch in the middle of it, right? Well, nowadays, what happens is our total stations, we have our data point. We have a laser that drops to that data point. So as long as you level the station out enough, to center, and you get that laser to point at the data point, the machine can then register where it's at and how it is.
So the funny thing is, if you read this,
you can't do that with that one, right?
No. Look. If you read it, it says automated leveling, right? And in theory, it does have this automated leveling function. The problem is, it only operates within certain parameters, so it has to be level before it automatically levels. So yes, it does automatically level, but it's got to be level before it levels, right?
So you have to set it at level, and if you're like a 0.5%, you have to set it on level, and then it can read that.
Correct.
It can go to that, because I also use a sloping laser. I know exactly how that works too.
so what you can't do is you can't just dump this on a slope and it'll level, right? You basically have to make it level.
You have to calibrate it.
And it's funny where it says ideal roadside operating from a vehicle, which is true. We went around in this Jeep, right, and lugged it. And it's bloody heavy as well. And then basically, it levels. Go on.
You would mount it, right?
Well, you just have to lug it off the back, and you have to put it on the ground, right? Because a Jeep is moving too much for it to be able to do its tests. The minute you've got the balanced test mass dropping in the tube, a Jeep is far too bouncy, so it has to be sort of.
Okay, so when you said the vehicle one, instead of it's just a setup, that means you don't have to pull it out of the vehicle. You just stop, animate, take the test, and then move on.
Well, it says here, I'm reading its thing. It says, I never read the spec before, right? It says ideal roadside operation from a vehicle. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think what they mean is you leave the thing that's got the wires going into it with a laptop on top of it in the vehicle, and you lug the thing out. Certainly, we never did readings in a vehicle. It wouldn't have worked. Yeah, it would have bounced too much.
So we do it for surveying. We do it with GPS. We have mounts on the side of the trucks, and what happens is you would measure, or you have all your scheme for the plans and everything, and your elevations, and you set up when you're calibrating your system. Again, just like that point, you're looking for a hub. You would set your truck hub, to that instrument to 0, mount it to your vehicle, and then you know how that works. Once you have 0, you can move that thing anywhere you want. It's going to give you the right.
That's using the satellites, right? Whereas this is so sensitive. It's basically a super sensitive scale in a vacuum. Yeah, someone just even just taking a drag on a cigarette in the truck would knock it off. You know what I mean?
I was just gonna say, this is when you do this. Is it like an hour long thing where when you're reading
a couple of hours to do readings?
Because when you're reading the readings, you're not looking at it. You're looking for the quietest moments of action. Basically.
That's right, and you're doing multiple readings before you can even get to doing the readings. You've got to set it up, and then you do loads of test readings because it averages them out. Do you see what I mean? Because you're getting all sorts of anomalies. Yeah, like the wind blows a bit and it changes it.
When I do topo maps, those total stations I'm telling you about, our way of doing that is we use the triangles. So it's the surveyor's worst nightmare to do. So basically, we set our point. And then we have to triangulate. We do a triangulation to verify when we've moved, right? Because in the middle of the day, or the morning, middle of the day, and evening, believe it or not, a total station can't even observe everything correctly. And refraction plays a motherfucker in it. And that's how we verify when something may be off. So if I move my station and I'm doing a single point, I'm going, man, it's telling me 2,200 feet, but I did the numbers in my head, and I don't know, I should be at 1,800 feet at that point. Well, if I turn my total station to my triangulation and I hit my other point's going to be, it should be exactly where I said it was before. Otherwise, I'm off.
And do you do that? Do you work back? Do you work back to that point when you're doing it?
When we do the triangle, that's a way of not having to go back. It basically tells me it's not my point, it's me, and then I can go back. Then yes, like in that point, I wouldn't go back. I would just reset. I would reset my zero at a known hub again, closer.
Oh, you would? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Because back in the old days, and this was well before the surveying that you're doing. Yeah. Because mine was 20, 30 years ago, right before electronics really came in. We were doing, using theodolites, right, for land surveying over a mile or so, let's say, sake of argument, because we were also using these. It was when I was working at CERN. And what we used to do is we had to work back to our datum point to prove that each of our points were on where we taken our measurements. Do you see what I mean? If we came back and we were op zero, we had to kind of go around again.
Because that sucked ass. Because that's when I learned surveying back then, and that was when I was the guy with the reflector. I was the guy who was walking through snake-infested bushes and creeks, and yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I did learn the old school way.
Actually, I remember when they brought in the radial laser meters. You're the ones with the spinning top.
Yeah.
Right. And that way you can do more than 2 points, and that way you'd get the field depth. But before they had that, it was a piece of fucking string.
Okay, check this out. So when they first came out with that, and this is also Topcon's first sloping laser. They go, all right, this and this, how you do it. They showed us how to get different elevations from different places using the receivers. But what they didn't tell you is machines, feathers, lath, people block that beam. And here's the other part. In the middle of the day, and this is the funnest part in the world, because I let people who I'm teaching grade checking, who use these lasers, I'm teaching them this. In the middle of the day, you check 3 times. I don't care who you are. I don't care how good you are. You always check your laser 3 times, and here's why. Because that light, at a certain point in the day, bounces off your receiver, bounces off the laser, it makes a laser bounce, and you get these things called false readings, where you think, beep, beep, and you are so far away from anything. Cars will make it happen because it'll bounce light off your receiver. Radio waves have done it. It's just multiple things. In construction, in the middle of the day, believe it or not, it's not laziness that grade checkers are lazy during the middle of the day. They do not want to work in the middle of the day because they got to recheck shit 3 times, and they know they do. It sucks. The middle of the day sucks ass for a grade checker.
It's pretty interesting that it's not as bad as Toadie's first experience with outward bounds. I used to, when I was about 12, 13, go onto this place in the UK. It was a big moor, right? So it was a big expanse of like nothing, right? Rocks and just bramble bushes, few sheep, wet, raining. And we were doing orienteering, which is where you do map reading and you take a bearing with a compass, and then you find where you're going, right? So we made the first mistake. We took the compass and we did a couple of readings. And unfortunately to us, we didn't know that a barbed wire fence will get your reading off. So we started going to the wrong place. And then when the fog started coming down, we couldn't find any trees or anything to take a bearing on. So we took a bearing on the sheep, right? We got the right sheep, and we knew the sheep from the other sheep. What we didn't realize as we were walking through the fog towards the sheep, the bloody sheep kept turning up and moving.
So I learned
we got lost and had to be rescued.
I learned to do like backpacking and survival stuff when I was younger. And I didn't do Boy Scouts. My dad just taught me, and we knew guys that had been hunting and just blah blah blah. But I learned real quick. A lot of people like to wear their knives and their just all their gear on their belts, right? Well, you usually think heavy duty belt. It usually comes with a buckle or a big buckle. Well, those things throw compasses off like no others. That's why the plastic ones, the clip-on ones, that's why those ones are so detrimental. That's why when you get like backpack for backpacking, just for hiking, anytime you're going to use a compass, you want the least amount of metal. The metal frame in your backpack will throw a compass off.
Yeah, I mean, they're really sensitive instruments, aren't they?
Mhm.
Surprisingly
Yep.
so. Yeah.
Yeah, so I learned that too when you this is just anyone who hikes or backpacks like I do. If you're using a compass, because I like to do this, it's fun to do sometimes when you don't want to use your cell phone as your map. You want to use a hand map, and know the coordinates. It's fun doing it. When you take your compass reading, take your pack off. Take anything you have extra on your back, take it off, because you hold it at your chest usually. In a backpack with a metal frame, cookware, anything.
Get your cell
metal.
phone well away from it. Your cell phone's got
Exactly.
magnets in it. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to be as bare your body as you can. I mean, don't get naked. I'm just saying you don't want metal anywhere near that compass. I learned that the hard way a couple times. I've had a compass spin on me and confuse me. Like I didn't know what was going on. I didn't have a metal belt on, but my pack had a metal frame in it. So I had to learn. A couple guys were like, "Hey, take your pack off." I got to learn that one the hard way, but there's some FYI for you guys for hunting, hiking, and backpacking tips. When you take a compass reading, pack off.
And even now, you say using your cell phone to navigate, but some places, especially Australia or parts of the UK as well, you're not going to get a signal. Yeah,
Well,
you won't be able to use it, or the mapping won't be good. You still need an OS map or something.
Here's the thing. I would never trust my phone like that. When I said that, I bet I could clarify. FYI, another hiking, backpacking trip tip. I take screenshots of my area. What can I do in 2 to 3 day backpacking trip? So I like to do a lot of like range finding. So I need to know where I am visually. If I know where I am in a range system, I can walk that range freely of any trail. I can walk any trail I want if I know where my mountain ranges are. So I usually use a screenshot so I know where I am. So that's a better way. Don't try to figure out your trails. Figure out your surroundings. That will get you around better.
Yeah, I agree with you. I always like to know my ranges, though in the UK it's probably not so pronounced as where you are.
Well, you know what I mean, like different
I do.
landmarks.
Different hills, different landmarks.
Yeah.
I agree. If I know that, I can work out exactly where I am. And when I don't, it's very easy to get confused, much easier than people think. You can have like I was out for a walk last weekend, right? Google Map and everything, and we were in the wrong place, right? Until we sort of then, I actually did it old school. I then got the compass out and then worked out where I was, right? We were following the Google and it was wrong. It was just picking up the wrong signal.
Here's the crazy part. So I've lived in California my whole life. I've been in Nevada a lot of half my life, off-roading in Vegas and all that kind of stuff. So I know the area, and people don't think about this. When people go, "Oh, I always know where north, south, east, and west is." I'm standing in my house right now without thinking. I know where it is. I know where it is around me. It wasn't until I went to another state that I had never been ever in my life. And I'm going to tell you right now, unless it was early morning, end of the day, I spent weeks trying to figure out where the fuck north, south, east, west was.
No, you're right, Sean. Like me, like you, I've lived here a long time. I know instinctively where north is. Yeah, whereas some people don't. But like you, if I go somewhere else, it really bugs me. Like you say, if it's morning, it's easy because of the sun. You can use the sun, and if it's night, you can look at the stars, and that's pretty quick. Big Dipper, and then look at the edge of that. It goes up to the North Star, and so forth.
But if you think about it, Toady, that's still only in your local area too. Because imagine if you were 180 degrees from where you are right now. Looking up would mean jack all day to figure it out.
No, you're right. Yeah. Like when I've been to India. Yeah, right. When I've been to India, I couldn't work out where north was instinctively, for example. Right. Yeah. I just didn't know. Yeah. And I don't quite feel right when that happens as well. Like you, I like to know.
It's very uncomforting.
Because the other thing is, I always like to sleep generally facing sort of north or northeast. Yeah.
Okay,
You know,
that's
yeah.
super creepy. Tony.
That's just weird. Yeah. but it's interesting. Wherever I am, I like to orientate my line of sleeping in that direction. It's no surprise to you guys. You know me well enough.
I have realized I do sleep on, like, I do have a side of the bed. No matter which way the bed is, there is a side. And when I've thought about it, I've always put myself in that side subconsciously. It's weird.
But is that a side or is that a direction? Is that a side or a direction?
It's definitely a side. It's a side.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
direction is depending on where the bed, how the room is arranged at that moment. So for a long time, I was with like a OCD, border slash like germophobic. So I mean, it was like I used to get home from work and it'd just be like a house was completely fucking different.
That's what I'm going to say. It depends what your partner's like, right? So you get in these habits of sleeping one side or the other. So I always sleep, facing north or northeast on the right. But even when I'm away, right? These habits.
My habits come from that. I was with my son's mother for 14 years. That's where my habits come from. Like the sleeping on what side of the bed. That's because I had a side of the bed for half my life.
And I think then you also, when you're sleeping in a strange place, if you're used to sleeping on, let's say, my example, the right side of the bed, double bed, right side, if you have to get up in the night, you can get out to your right, or your left, whichever side you're sleeping on. And I think that's why you do it, right? It's comfort, isn't it?
Oh, the brain is crazy. So, when you go to a restaurant or a bar, I physically get sick if this doesn't happen for me. I have to face the door. I have to be facing the door. It doesn't matter what situation I'm in.
Absolutely.
And this is what really, okay, so back in the day, me and my ex, we used to go bar hopping. We were young. We were early 20s. And like what ended up happening is I used to go with her and her friends. So it'd be me and like 6 other girls. So I get used to that put yourself in between someone. It was that same thing. Now, this is going to sound crazy, but Baywatch fucking taught me everything I need to know about rescue. Ready? I need you between me and the problem. Because if something happens to me, I can't save both of us. But if you're in the middle, I at least have an opportunity to like have a shield. It's weird. You know what I mean? It's like so this is how it goes. A lifeguard saves you under a pier, right? A wave takes you and the lifeguard into a pier. Where all the mussels and shit are? The lifeguard is trained to put you, the victim, in between him and that pier pole. Because if you guys strike it, he needs you to take the impact so he can still save you.
What? That's ridiculous. That's like you're getting crushed. He's like putting you in harm's way.
If he's, exactly. But if I'm the lifeguard saving you, Toady, right? If I put myself in between the pier and you, and I get hurt, who saves both of us?
Oh, I see. Nobody. Yeah, okay. Still seems a bit counterintuitive, doesn't
it? Well, I'm pretty sure they're trained to swim away, but those things do happen. Because I used to be a junior lifeguard, and that was like the first thing they taught us. They're like, if you can't save yourself, you can't save your victim.
But what's that, Sean, got to do with going to a pub? I don't see how you're putting your wife or your girlfriend between you and the maniac with the cleaver who comes in the door.
If something happens, I am a very much so of a person, and this has actually been tested. I am a very reactional person. If something happens like that, I do react. I need to see that happen. I can't have something happen behind me, right? So I put myself in a situation. So when I'm eating, I see every person coming into my area, and I physically feel like it's not right unless I am. And I've noticed this for 20 plus years.
Have you ever been in an emergency situation or a bomb blast or something like that where a major, disruption has happened? Yeah, I have. It's very interesting how you react because you get that nerves very, very quickly
I've
you get that short adrenaline.
never been
and
to
that's-
war. This is
Mhm.
all everything that's happened has happened in an urban setting, in a middle class environment, and
Mhm.
yes, it was some PTSD type stuff. Yes,
It's very hard, I found, to, and I'm no hero really, to overcome that fight or flight response. I was in this boat accident essentially where I saw it, I don't know, 5 seconds before it happened. I said to my wife, who wasn't my wife at the time, that boat is going to crash into us. And sure enough, it was, but like when you see something like that and you can see it coming and you just kind of freeze.
Okay, so I learned this. So one of the things that I've talked about this. I've talked about this many times. Okay, so like I said, I've physically for the past 15 years solid have studied and practiced survival off the grid, like complete survival, like hunting for myself, trapping, and backpack, like the whole nine. But there was something that I learned, and it's kind of one of those grasp the idea things. It goes, you have to how do you fucking say it? Yeah, I had it in my brain. Then I forgot. Keep going again. It'll come back to me. I know it will.
Yeah, so I think you get that fight or flight, you get that huge adrenaline rush, right? And just naturally, it's get away.
Got it. Perfect.
Yeah.
I remember now, Tony. Okay, perfect.
There we go.
Okay.
I thought that would help you. Go on.
That was perfect. That was awesome. You put me right back in the mode. Okay, so there are 3, right? And you learn this when they start sending you out to learn, like, you can't go out with matches. You have to make your own fire. These are the type of things you have to learn.
Have you ever made your own fire, Sean?
Oh yeah.
Have you made your own fire?
Oh yeah, I can make my own fire with
Hang on, which method did you have? Were you allowed to have some strings? So you could use the bow method, or did you just have to rub the sticks?
I prefer the bow method because you can actually do that for longer and get more into it. If you find the right stuff. I cheat. I no matter what, I don't have a knife that doesn't have a flint attached to it.
Flint on it, but that's cheating, Sean. Right? If you've ever tried that.
But this
without one, it's bloody difficult, right? It is. I've done it, but it's very difficult.
Okay, but if that's the case,
I'm very much into survival weapons and techniques, as we call it here.
Here's what I have sacrificed. I do this. I have an old pair of glasses that I used to have back in the day. I broke the lenses out of them, and for some reason, I've always kept the lens. I will start a fire that way. That was actually the way that I was able to I've gotten through some bad situations in the snow thanks to that lens.
Yeah, but you're kind of in America, in the US, where you get decent sun. You try being in Wales or somewhere, right, when you don't see the sun for half the year. Yeah, it's very difficult. Everything's wet, and your bow, you get the wrong wood. You can't find the right kind of woods. Yeah,
I've learned to make fires in the rain, but see, that's again complete different region. Here in California, we have pine trees. We can dig into a branch and it be dry right under it.
That's it. And you can find exactly. It's very different.
It's not wet to
where I am. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, but that's
finding moss or something like that that'll burn.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I mean, or getting the fluff from your pocket. Like in the UK, we have to use things like fluff from your pocket, right? Because we just will not find natural stuff in the summer. It's just too wet here, right? Because it's just very wet.
You guys just went from quantum field theories and gravity at the center of the planet to starting a fire with a stick.
Good old boys.
It's a lot of fun, and it's difficult using a stick to start a fire if you've never tried it.
But that was the thing. It was when we got to the compass. You got to orienteering, and then from orienteering you got to survival, and then from survival you got to creating fire, so you could cook what.
Hey Davros, I got a quantum leap for you. I bet you surviving in the wilderness is harder than quantum mechanics.
No, it's not.
I bet you it is.
I guarantee you, it's not.
An idea.
Okay,
of
do you understand quantum mechanics?
Surviving. Do you need quantum mechanics to survive?
Well, you would have to be able to create the fire.
Oh no, no. I did not ask you for if it would exist.
Yeah. Okay, so the understanding of quantum mechanics is to be able to create enough friction between the two pieces of wood to create the fire. That is quantum mechanic in nature.
Hey, here's a problem. This is the part. This is why you guys fight with Slick. You're not listening. Do you need quantum mechanics to survive?
Yes.
No.
No, you do not.
No.
Okay, so if you didn't have,
No,
if
I
you
didn't
didn't
say
have
that.
the
No,
fundamental,
Davros,
hang on,
Davros,
hang
no,
on,
Listen,
hang
one
on.
last time. One last time, please. Last time, listen. Just one time. Hang on, no name. Hang on, no name. Just listen to this one last time. Take your I'm going to be right idea. Just hang on, listen. Just listen. Do you need quantum mechanics to survive? Without
Yes.
quantum mechanics. So,
No.
when you were 2 years old, did you know anything about quantum mechanics? Did it matter to you?
I didn't even know how to make a fucking fire.
Thank you. It didn't matter. Quantum mechanics, you didn't
But
need
I,
it
but
to
I
survive.
did need to. But my body did need to know how to transfer energy.
See, you're not listening.
But
At
my
3
body
years
needed
old,
to know.
Look. At 3 years old, quantum mechanics meant
Oh, I
shit
needed
all
to know
you.
quantum field theory to understand why shit broke when I dropped it off the top of the table.
No, you don't. You don't even need to know
Yeah,
about
because I
gravity.
went, oh shit, it broke. Oh,
No, you
why?
fall out
It
of
folded down.
bullshit.
It folded down. I'm bringing it into Sean's language
See?
now. It folded down.
No,
Why did
here's
it
the best
fold it
part.
down?
Here's the
Because of
best
the
part,
gravity,
Davros.
Sean. It will because of the
Davros.
gravity.
You're talking out your ass
Whoa,
because guess
whoa,
what?
hey,
You can
hey,
fall out of you can
hey.
fall out of a tree and break your arm and learn not to climb trees anymore and not know a damn thing about gravity. What you're saying
but
is
we were talking
no,
about making fire.
Yeah, exactly. I can make a fire with a lighter, sticks, rocks, a lens, you name it. And guess what the fuck I don't need to know a damn thing about to do so? Quantum mechanics.
See, hang on.
Quantum mechanics means nothing to me when I'm in the wilderness. Nothing.
But the thing is, you creating the friction between two pieces of wood is quantum mechanics.
I did not say the existence of quantum mechanics once. Not once. Everyone else understood it except for you.
But it is quantum mechanics in action.
It makes no sense. It makes shit all.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Okay, how about this? From the conversation
Tell
of
me I'm wrong.
look, from the
That
time
the
we started
friction
talking,
that you create between those two pieces
listen,
of wood is not
listen.
quantum in nature.
Listen, from the time me and Toady started talking about compasses up until you got all hissy fitty, did quantum mechanics mean shit all to the conversation? Did it matter?
Sean.
No. Answer the question first.
You could.
No.
No.
Answer the question.
No. I'm gonna flirt you.
No. Here's what the problem is because you want to play, and I see what you're doing. But here's the problem: when people are listening to this, it's becoming very.
Do
do
you understand quantum mechanics, Sean?
No.
Good man. You're right for once.
Guess what? It doesn't fucking matter. I will survive in the wilderness, never knowing quantum mechanics. Which means quantum mechanics means shit.
But you just said you don't know quantum mechanics anyway.
You're right, and I'll still survive.
So then.
So guess what? My
actually,
question
do
still
you know what
stands.
Just ran through?
You
know what song just ran through my head?
Look, do you need quantum mechanics?
I'm just hearing "Eye of the Tiger" right now.
Can someone else ask them the question? Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
I'm just hearing "Eye of the Tiger."
No name. Ask him, John. Somebody say. I mean, it's a pretty simple question.
I think there is a disconnect in the language. Okay.
But wait,
do you need to know?
What I'm saying though? But am I correct in what I'm saying?
Yes and no, because you went through two different things. The very first thing you asked him, the very first thing was the knowledge of quantum mechanics. Right.
Yes.
But then afterwards, you went on and said, "Do I need quantum mechanics?"
Yeah.
So that was the difference.
Okay, I see. Do you need to know quantum mechanics? The existence of quantum mechanics is always going to be, regardless of knowing it or not knowing it. It will always be. But do you need to know
Sean,
it?
You're the best, and I'm not talking to Sean Little G.
Do you need to know it to survive? So the answer, Davros, is no. Then, right? So when I made a statement, and I made a statement
that question. Okay, so you need to limit your questions because my answers are limited.
That surviving is harder than quantum mechanics, and you said no.
Yeah, I did say no because quantum mechanics is hard as fuck.
No, surviving is hard as fuck. Quantum mechanics is a luxury, bitch.
Yeah, quantum mechanics.
Can you invent calculus, Sean?
Can you? Hey, can you survive in the wilderness?
Yes, I can. I have
By
done
yourself?
it before.
No,
Yes, I
no,
have.
you're
I've
on a
done it
computer. I'm
before.
talking about
I've
for the
done it
rest
for
of your life.
I've done it for 3 days on my own when I got disconnected from a camp.
Okay, well that's surviving, but I'm talking survival.
But I also had one of those fabulous survival knives that had all the shit in the butt.
Oh, that's not.
So I had
yeah. That's not.
no. So I had my compass. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I had my compass.
Uh-huh.
I had a flint. I also had a small piece of fishing line, and all that sort of stuff. So
Okay, so what was more important, tools of that trade and the knowledge, or quantum mechanics at that moment?
Actually understanding orienteering at that time because I didn't have a fucking map.
Okay, so guess what? I'm gonna say survival was harder than quantum mechanics at that moment.
Actually, well, no.
Yes,
No,
because you have to figure.
No,
Okay, again,
this is a non sequitur.
This is as simple as it gets. Survival is surviving. Quantum mechanics is a luxury. How about that?
Well, I don't think anyone who does quantum mechanics would tell you it's a luxury.
How about this? Reading maps is survival. Having GPS is a luxury. And not you, GPS in the chat. We love you, man.
Well, he is. GPS in the chat is a luxury.
But
he's the most tagged person. He's the most tagged person in any chat I've ever seen.
But you see what I'm saying, though, right? You see, but is that a little bit better explanation of what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, because you cleaned it up. It was the fact that first it was, is quantum mechanics harder than survival? And that's where I said no, because they don't equate. But it was then when you said, do you need to know quantum mechanics?
Yeah. Okay. But guess what? You still sound like the villain.
Well, yeah.
SC Montreal in the chat's like, get him, Sean! Get him! Like, what are you talking about? I'm asking questions, damn it. I mean, Davros.
But that's what I enjoy about you.
Hold on a second. Now let's put you on a space station. You're up on the ISS. Who do you want there more? Do you want Davros there more, or do you want Gleam there? Discuss.
Wait, am I stuck, or am I
stuck? You're up on the ISS in a survival situation. Shit is fucking up bad. You're up there as a tourist. Do you want?
I'm going with Gleam.
I'm going with Gleam.
Or do you want
Gleam?
Okay.
Davros will just talk at you the whole time.
Well, actually, no. I would actually turn around and say, "Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to fix the situation."
Yeah, I think Davros.
I don't. Hey, here's the one thing. Look, check this. Wait, is Davros or Gleam? They're both terrorists too, right? Tourists, right?
Terrorist. What's the difference?
So here's okay, Sean. Do you want me to lay it out like a three?
Well, no. I just want to make sure, like,
hold on, me, you, and it could be T-Pain. We're not sure yet. It's me, you, and a third person up on the ISS
as guests. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Gleam.
All right, now
I'm gonna tell you right now.
The pilot of the ISS has eaten the bad chicken and he's passed out. Now we've got the autopilot and tourist number 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Who would you pick? Davros or Gleam?
I'm gonna tell you right now. This is I know exactly what you're talking about.
Between the two.
I want Gleam to be there. You wanna know why? I'd like a listen,
why?
I want a nice conversation before I die. Here's another thing. I trust NASA or whoever pilots that got us there to get us back, not my friend.
No, it's like airplane, man. The pilot's sick, passed out, he's eating the bad chicken. And we are the only ones left who haven't eaten the bad chicken yet. We might have a shot if we had Davros with us.
No, but Davros would start arguing with us about quantum mechanics and the orbits, and we'd be dead by the time we'd debated it.
Who cares about quantum mechanics? We need to learn to fly a glider, bitch.
Dean would
two problems that have presented themselves here, right? Is one, you're talking about gravitational pull pulling the ISS back down. You'll burn up before you hit the ground.
Oh my god!
So you
what a
can't pilot
pessimist.
it. Plus, it doesn't have any directional fins for it to be able to steer within the atmosphere.
Stop! What'd you just say about the ISS?
It will burn up before you hit the ground.
No, you do know it has escape pods, right? That would break apart off the main structure of it.
Yes, but what would happen if those systems had failed?
Oh, they'd be fucked. Duh.
Exactly.
I mean, what do you want me to say? They would fly into a magical land of happiness named Happy Land. No, bitch.
Yeah, which is the bottom of your bowl, isn't it, Sean?
This way, the ISS is planned to actually fall out of the skies at some point.
Actually, speaking of which, the Spitzer Space Telescope got put out of commission yesterday, day before.
Where's that one at? Oh, that one's the one that's was it 30,000? Is that
Spitzer?
Is it?
Trying to remember, it went up just around the same time as Hubble, but it got pulled out of commission because there's no way to service the.
Is that the one that was like looking towards Pluto or something?
I think so. Hang on, let me ask Alexa.
Yeah, but what is it saying? Brain fart. Your fault. Don't remember.
Oh, I read the article, but it was just on the decommissioning of it, so it didn't actually state what it had done. Well, not through.
I'll see. Someone in the chat, are they still going all Spanish style up in Jose's?
Oh, there we go. Was launched 2003, planned to be retired 30th of January, but they already stopped using it the other day.
Oh, I remember now. Yeah, the ISS is going to
when it deorbits.
Yeah. Okay, so Thad in the chat says, Sean, if you need to use an escape pod, you want someone who can calculate where you're going to land and what angle you won't bounce off the atmosphere or burn into re-entry. Perfect example. Now this is the example we're going to go with. Me, No Name, and Davros, and a NASA pilot are in space. We're on the ISS. First motherfuckers. Holy shit, it's a globe. Now we're all done. Everyone go home. But something goes wrong, and it's time to escape. The pilot gets sick. This is what happens. I don't want Davros or No Name doing anything when it comes to my life and survival like that. Now I'm going to ask a simple question that is very important. No Name and Davros, do you think you understand enough about how it works to get us home safely?
Oh, God, no. That's why I picked Davros.
Davros?
He's my representative. Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah.
Yes, I would.
My little scenario there was like, oh, we all got to go up. Me and you won tickets. And we got to choose between T-Pain, Davros, or Gleam.
Okay,
and
so this is what happened.
But my vote would be for Davros because I think we'd have the best chance of landing.
Okay, Davros. So would you say that if someone was, say, flying a spaceship around Earth in orbit, and they were guests on the ISS, and the pilot situation happened, and they need to land safely, slowly, correctly, would you be able to talk them through how to do it if they were controlling it?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna call my buddy fucking Lewis, who is a Kerbal he's like Kerbal Einstein, pretty much. Let's find out if that's true.
There's no cell phone towers in space, Sean. That's fake news. How are you gonna call your buddy Lewis from the ISS? I mean,
oh no.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't say nothing like that. That's weird.
Stop it. You can't even get a cell phone signal on an airplane. You're going to try to tell me that up there, supposedly 400 miles.
Unless you got a satellite above the ISS. You
hang
will
on.
not be able to make a
First
connection
of
to the
all,
Earth.
hang on. First of all, I'm not flying after, so sure.
Second,
Second,
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
get
a
to the bottom of my
broadcast.
balls.
Anytime I fly, I get the Wi-Fi package. Sorry.
Baller,
Sorry for
dude.
y'all.
You got me
Sorry
there.
for y'all.
I get the Wi-Fi package.
Yeah, what? I don't
So
be
we
like,
get on Discord, and I'd be all like, Gavros, we're crashing, man, help me out.
oh,
You'd
I
be all
thought
like,
you.
Kerbal Spaceball, yes, you're, okay, I'll shut up.
Okay. So I have
I'll
headphones.
be alright, man. Just make sure you're not any greater than 30
no.
degrees while you're
gonna love
making
this.
your re-entry.
Hey, you're gonna love this. So I'm flying, right? And I had the Discord on.
I'm already scared.
And I was over at Jim's server, and my headphones weren't plugged all the way in when I went in. Swear to God, as loud as it can get, because it was on my iPhone. All you hear is this: Shroomy go, "Oh, that shit's gonna crash, motherfucker." Oops, my bad. Everyone in my little vicinity laughed their ass off when I plugged it in. But yeah, there's a downside to having Wi-Fi in airplane.
That shit gonna burn up, motherfucker. And
But
you know
Sean,
what? I'm
that's
just gonna have to have another drink.
Perfect, Sean. Now we can bring T-Pain. We don't. It's not. We don't have to make a choice now.
I don't know who the hell T-Pain is.
Have you never seen On a Boat by Lonely Island?
No.
I'm on a boat.
Oh no.
You need to stop the internet and do it right now. I'll
No.
wait.
I need you to understand something.
You need to stop the internet right now.
I have a son. I have a son. And the reason I have a son is because when I was younger, I was more focused on, how do I say this? My son.
Vaginas.
Yes, thank you. My son's here. I can't just say it. So but that was no. He can't hear you. I can't say it because he'll hear me. But that was perfect. And that's why when I uncovered your guys' nerd world, it was like, whoa.
Okay, I don't see the correlation, Sean. I've got a 19-year-old daughter.
Huh?
Yeah, it's just a stereotype that like you have to either be a nerd who plays video games and stuff, or somebody who likes girls.
So let me ask you something.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
rubbish.
Live in my mom's basement, and
I've got a 14-year-old, 12-year-old.
right now.
Oh no, I'm about to verify some shit right now. People who watch Star Trek and break down each scene and how they emotionally felt about it are dorks and probably busy watching Star Trek before they're out looking for. True or false?
Right. Yeah.
That's dorks, though. That's dorks.
I grew up watching Star Trek with my grandfather, and
dorks and nerds are the same thing.
See, I don't see the correlation there, Bubba.
See,
here's
I'm what's a geek?
Well, like I watch NCAA. I watch NCAA football. I watch NCAA men's basketball.
But
I participate in.
You're a jock.
Well, I also play Dungeons and Dragons, and I watch Star Trek, and I talk about nerdy futurism shit, and I work on robots for a living.
Well, here's the thing,
guns.
Sean, and you guys.
You're an athletic nerd.
Yeah, but there's women who like Dungeons and Dragons. There's women who like video games. There's women who like football. If that's what you want to do, then find those women.
They're freaks.
Oh hell yeah, they're freaks.
But on the game,
complaining about John, Jesus.
I'm not complaining about
on the game, and
if you got a preference, it's best to learn what their preferences are, and if they line up with yours, guess what? They're real people too. You sexist mongy.
Yeah, Sean. How do you know that these girls that play games aren't better freaks in the bedroom?
I used to date a fairy. Trust me, I know.
A fairy or a furry?
No, I think I'm pretty sure he said fairy.
No name knows exactly.
He came out on.
No,
he
hey,
came
no
out
name.
on live.
No
stream,
name.
y'all.
You know exactly what I said, huh?
Oh, I know what you said.
I can
I
tell.
know what you said.
I can tell.
Nudge, nudge. Say no more. Say no more, governor. Good.
Do you still have the litter box, Sean?
A wink's as good as a nudge.
Wait, what'd you say, Davros?
I said, do you still have the litter box?
I didn't. What? I didn't say no. Not the costumes, dude. Like Tinkerbell.
Yeah, I know.
There's no litter box. What are you talking about?
Sean,
Did Brian?
How many times has your eagle landed?
Oh, 12 times. But I mean, like,
nice.
That doesn't make any sense. What is a litter box?
Nice. It's divisible by 3, Sean. That's brilliant.
6.
If you went out with a fairy.
Yeah.
Do you know what a fairy is in
yes,
the UK?
a Tinkerbell. Yes.
Yeah, Tinkerbell.
Well, no, it's another word for
no.
Men.
No.
Yeah.
Tony,
like,
that's
so
in your world,
think
buddy.
about someone who has dolphin pictures all over their room, or someone who has cows all over their room, but everything they wear is cows or dolphins or donuts.
No, dude. No,
but
dude.
this person is a fairy.
No. These people don't do fairy wallpaper. They are fairies, dude. You know,
I dated a witch once. I went out with a witch.
It's like that. It's like that.
Ah, right. Okay, got it.
It's like that. Yeah, but yeah, it's not what it's what you think, but not what you think.
Sean.
There's an important distinction there.
Hmm?
Yeah, Sean.
You really need to understand the situation to understand what I'm saying, because I can't. I'm trying to be candid, but very explicit. So it's like,
yeah, I think you're being more obtuse than candid.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to like. I'm trying to not. Try not to get in trouble, okay?
Trying not to.
Bringing old shit up is not a good idea in this. That'll scare a shock you to get fired.
Then forget it. Let's move on.
Exactly, that's a good idea. But yeah,
how about this?
Let's move on.
Your show, Sean. Talk about whatever you want, bro.
Hey, who's going to the Super Bowl?
I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl. I'm not gonna be there.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl so I can have the experience of watching the Super Bowl.
I hate Super Bowl. I used to watch it for the commercials, and the commercials jumped the shark.
Hey, Sean, look in the side chat.
What just happened?
And what Tony just posted.
No,
Tony.
No, that's not the same. That's on the furry spectrum. It's not furry spectrum, yo. That is not the same thing. Not even close. I'm telling you right now. Oh my god. I'm screenshotting that just because I can't believe Tony said that. Oh my god, Tony.
I now have screenshot of that too. Sweet bit juicy unicorn pussy yum.
Yeah. out of Tony's mouth too. Tony said that. That was verbatim, exactly what Tony said.
No, you have not.
Tony says he's been hacked. The funny part is he could have got away with it until the part where I started sharing what he had said.
There's one for you, Toady.
Oh, hey, Sean. Hey, I just heard you came out. Congratulations, dude. Welcome to the community.
Our boy.
I am L or G or B or T or Q, but I'm not telling which.
I don't know what that means. It's none of those. No name.
But welcome, you fucking faggot.
It's not furry. Fairy.
No, the furry thing was for Toady. Look. You missed
Google
out on that conversation.
Google search Pixie Fairy.
Pixie Fairy.
It's
Like,
more
should I
realistic, dude.
amend
It's not.
anything
They're
to
not
that?
crazy.
Like Pixie Fairy?
No,
sex
they're not
scene?
crazy. No, it's not the
No.
thing, dude. It's not like all like that. It's not like that.
Well, the thing is, Sean, I play Dungeons and Dragons, and so if I Google Pixie Fairy, it's going to take me right to the Pathfinder system reference document. So that's I'm not going to find what you're trying to get to me.
Yeah, that's what I get. I do Pixie Fairy. That's what I get.
That is more like it. Yeah. Okay. Stop.
Oh, that's even more like it.
Yes.
I'm liking this already. This is going in the right direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I've got to pop up for half an hour.
Do you see
Hang
the
on,
difference?
I haven't got my game on yet. Hang on.
Do you understand the
Yeah, I can
difference now?
see the appeal. I can.
Do you understand?
The appeal.
Do you understand
Oh,
the
yeah.
difference, though?
Sure.
Oh yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, no, I've dated girls like that.
Okay,
They
but do you see the
role play. They
difference?
dress up.
Do you see the
Yeah.
difference? Okay.
Yeah.
There's a and there is a difference. It's not on the crazy tip.
Sean, if you haven't learned this by now, you know that kink shaming is my kink, right?
That's weird.
Well, okay. Whew, I just got a little thrill when you said.
Take these off of here.
Oh, dude, half an hour ago, PJ told me he had some Jose JJ Gonzalez porn. I was like, okay, yeah, link that, please. He's like,
The scary thing is he may.
Yeah, right. I wish, dude.
I mean, don't you think it's gonna be the greatest thing on earth when like troll versus troll when we find out who it is? Because you know it's gonna happen one day. Someone's gonna out somebody. You can never stay in secrecy forever. It's gonna be like Lemon Bird.
He's not clever enough. It's somebody. It's
what you think. Trust me, there are entities on here that have Captain Bullshit, Lodi. Those guys have been around for so long, and they don't talk. Never. They're not people who ever talk. They're just here. And those people could be anybody.
It's true. That's what I should have done. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, you weren't a voice. Now you're a voice. Now, no matter what you do, you will always be connected to the first time I heard your voice, and your voice will always register. That's how it works now. Everyone here I've heard talk. There's not one person in this panel right now that I have not heard talk and wouldn't register. See what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you, it takes a six-pack to get me comfortable enough to talk around this many people, but
hey, trust
it's all
me,
good.
Sometimes it takes a lot more for a lot of people. I know people over at gyms. There's dudes that need to be smashed before they show up there.
Kaiser.
Liza Pube.
No. You guys think what you hear from Kaiser? That's Kaiser less. That's like the Bud Light of Kaiser. When I was around, and I have so many put it this way, I got recordings of Kaiser at his lowest. It was like it got to the point where it was like,
have you ever made him grunt like a gorilla?
Oh no!
I actually made Kaiser debunk himself.
No, see, this is the thing. Kaiser gets really bad. You guys haven't seen shit. I'm telling you right now.
I actually made Kaiser.
I reduced him to grunting like an ape one night. It was hilarious.
Yes, it was.
That's nothing. That's mid-level drunk. You guys have trust me.
Yeah.
You don't trust me.
I got him to real interaction with him. I was kind of proud of myself.
Put it this way, you guys are seeing a lot, and you guys are seeing a lot more at once than I got to. But you guys are still considered the new school, because what you guys are seeing is like Kaiser, or it's like chemo 12.0. Some of us have heard that shit so many times we forgot it and was back to it. Is Nathan 4.0. It's weird.
Is chemo still around? Is chemo still knocking around? I've not seen him for ages.
He just doesn't come around. He doesn't come around Jose and Sean's shows anymore. But he's if you go to gym, he's on Gym Panda a lot.
Yeah. He's been in there with Nathan Thompson a lot lately too.
Hey guys,
tell me.
Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta take a phone call real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
I'll talk about it in a sec then. Does anyone know who the guy that Nathan Thompson is? This millionaire, this flat Earth millionaire.
Yeah, probably not a millionaire, because people who are actually successful don't go on the internet and brag about it to strangers.
Sure, of
He
course
got
they
his
don't.
daddy's money. He got
What's he
his
called?
daddy's
You
money.
know him? You know this guy?
Yeah.
Sorry.
He might be a millionaire, but not for long. If he's going on the internet like, oh, look how much money I have.
Well, and he's lending his house to Nathan.
Yeah, also successful people don't tend to think that fucking planets are flat.
Exactly. And they don't tend to brag.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I posted him, and I got a screenshot of Nathan Thompson saying blocked, because I posted, hey, just so you know, Nathan, actually successful people don't go around bragging about their money or showing off the things that they own to strangers on the internet. I said only fake rich people do that. And he goes, blocked.
Did you see the one where they went and hassled those poor guys in the church and they got...
Yes, we've seen it all.
You've seen that? Oh, you've seen it all. And the guy in the supermarket. Disgusting. It was really disgusting.
What I if told you, you read the top line wrong.
What if I told you you read the top line wrong?
No, what told you if I said you wrong about top line you read?
Ah, yeah. What if you told...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got me.
That wasn't the one I meant to post, but yeah, I thought.
I know, but show me on this doll where the flat Earth hurt you.
It touched my special place.
Sorry.
Kit, I need to know where on this doll Trump hurt you. Yeah, that's okay. He's going to be impeached. Don't worry.
I just have irrational. No, wait. No, that would be Kaiser Cube, wouldn't it? No. Okay, I'm not irrational about it.
I got to hear all the both sides of the argument in a gun store today, so it was kind of funny.
Yeah. Okay, I found Occam's razor for why he's a Oompa Loompa.
I bet that was a real polite conversation, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. Of course it was very cordial because the person behind the counter had a loaded gun. So
right.
That's what I'm. And I was just there to buy ammo, and the conversation struck up, and both of them ended up going, well, I could see your point on that, but and the whole conversation I was pretty shocked, and came away realizing that neither one of them really cared about the person, but it was the party that they were concerned about. So yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Was that about Trump or was that about gun ownership?
A little bit of both. When it came to Trump, the one guy was wearing a Trump hat, and the other guy was wearing a U.S. sugar hat, which sugar is huge down here in Florida. So it was kind of odd seeing the two big names in Florida, Trump and sugar.
Have you guys got an election coming up soon? Is there a
end of the year?
9 months away.
No, not long then. So hustings have started then. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So the heated debates.
The primaries begin in a couple of months, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta narrow it down. We gotta clear this clown car out.
You gotta narrow it
down.
Well,
I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna go down without a fight because I am Bernie.
From 1,000 down to 200 or something?
No, you gotta get for Bernie. You gotta get the Medicare for everybody. Okay, I tell you what.
I think anybody who runs for public office, especially high public office like Senate and President or Congress, stuff like that, and anybody who has access to really, really damaging secrets about the United States and foreign U.S. policy and, you know, power over the U.S. electorate and things like that should all have to submit to some kind of public investigation before they're eligible to be a candidate for office. And if they don't, if an incumbent isn't willing to also do that, then he needs to step down immediately, and special elections need to be held. I just think our government is totally corrupt, and Democrat or Republican, you can agree to disagree about what color you want to paint the country afterwards, but they're robbing us fucking blind, and we need to do something about it.
That's right.
Both parties.
That's right. That's why this year I'm voting for whoever No Name tells me to vote for. That way I don't have to pay attention and I can still vote conscientiously.
That is the worst advice. Please go do some research and base it off the candidate's character and base it off. You can question them and you can hold their feet to the fire and you can start a public campaign for open investigations and being a credible candidate. Like, I don't care what your political ideology is, but if I can verify and test whether or not you're corrupt and whether or not you're lying to me, I would rather a hardcore religious Republican conservative be my president if they were credible than a Bernie Sanders who maybe I line up with more philosophically or something, but it turns out that he is not a credible person and he's a corrupt person. Does that make sense? Like, to me, that's more important right now than anything else. Set an ideology aside, agree to disagree. Let's not make any huge changes until we can figure out what the fuck is actually going on in our government.
Vote Muppet.
Well, I think, what was it, for like 4 years running, just as a telling of how bad it was, I think Mickey Mouse got the most votes out of all of them. So that kind of tells you how well the people trust the people in charge.
What has this conversation come to? Why are you talking about Disneyland? Why is there a Muppet on this?
No, we're talking about Trump and elections and things like that.
Topical stuff, Sean.
Dude, you went away for 5 minutes and it got to politics, man.
It got hot quick.
Actually, it wasn't. It was more about gun control, like because Sugar and Trump were going up against each other in a Florida gun store.
Hey, okay,
right
how about
now,
this? I hate.
It wasn't political in any way. It was more the fact that we were talking about the stupidity of the people that are in office.
Okay, how about this?
And I called for open public investigations of all elected officials in office and those running for office.
Yeah, I support that.
What if I told you I hated Trump, but what if he's done a lot more than? Or not?
Oh,
that's not the point.
Wait. Let me rephrase that. What if his candidacy has done more than most have?
So that's not him; it's just his candidacy.
Yes.
Yeah, my reply would be
very diplomatic.
Okay. Do you think Clinton or Obama would have got to where they have with?
Say what now?
Maybe Clinton would have. Like, you mean which Clinton? Hillary?
Bill.
Bill. Yeah, I could see him getting there.
But he didn't.
No, but he did have other things he had to worry about.
Whether it was Trump's cabinet or him, he was the first president to ever shake hands with the North Korean president.
I think Clinton.
Not to mention, you do know that North Korea and South Korea are now like talking.
I think Clinton could have done. He did the Good Friday agreement, but distracted from Korea wasn't the priority at the time. So I think Clinton. Yeah, definitely.
Did you know that for like 50 years after we ceased hostilities in North Korea, the North Korean government told its people that they were at war in the United States and were winning?
Oh yeah. They're still at war with South Korea. The war they haven't declared a ceasefire or not a ceasefire. The end of the war. The war is still going on.
Yeah, the war's still going on. It's just
It's
a
a Cold
ceasefire is
War.
all.
It's a Cold War.
But it's more than that. Like I said, for like 50
It's not.
years,
Hang
the
on.
Korean
It's not.
government told its citizens
I know. Yeah.
that
It's
they
not.
had
Yeah.
people on
First
the
of all,
ground in
it's not a Cold War. It is
No,
an active war.
it's a hot war.
It's an
Or a
active
warm
war. They are firing artillery rounds at each other. There is fights going on.
North and South Korea?
At the DMZ line.
Where? What?
Oh no! I'm gonna tell you right now. I have buddies that have come back from being in the Army Reserves that man that line, and I'm telling you right now, there are firefights, there are mortar rounds, there are mining operations that are going on line all the time. Whether they report it or not, it is happening.
Okay.
That actually negates a DMZ then.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, I've had buddies
designates-
stationed over
that
there who
designates
said
the
that they'll take
line.
a shot at you, like a pop
Yeah.
shot, but they're at such a far distance that you're
Because you
never
got to
in
remember,
real.
there's also what do you call them? Where the people leave North Korea for the South when they cross the line. They're
border crossing.
No, they call it something. I forget what it's called. It's when they exile from
Defecting.
They exile themselves. Yeah, defecting. Thank you. When that's illegal. Like they're policing that. I'm telling you right now, they're spies. They're all this other stuff. They're having firefights numerous places along that border. That was the main reason why when North Korea was doing their nuclear testing, it became such a big because it was really a situation of they didn't know if they were testing or using. Because understand, all those tests were on missiles that are capable of nuclear warheads, but did not have a nuclear warhead. But we don't know that until it hits.
Right. That's why the argument for better U.S. intelligence, as far as funding and staffing and things like that overseas is so important to give us that intelligence.
Okay,
And
well,
all
that's
the diplomacy
that's the other thing about it, because now that Trump's candidacy, his cabinet, you do understand that now North Korea supposedly is in a denuclearization mode right now.
Well, because they turned around and said, because Kim turned around and said,
agree
"Fuck
to it.
Trump."
Right. They tell you that to your face, and then they go around, turn around, and start doing
He
it.
said fuck Trump, but they're taking down their nuclear testing.
But no, they say that every 5 years or whatever they make the announcement that they're denuclearizing, and then our satellites pick up activity that shows up.
Right, they're
GPS
dishonest.
says my information is
Cannot
out of
trust
date.
what they say.
That those talks collapsed months ago. So where are they at right now?
Exactly. They are back into creating nuclear weapons.
Right, just like Iran after Trump pulled us out of that Iran nuclear agreement.
Yeah, well,
It's like America, just like Britain.
What's up, P? How you doing, sir?
See, America had Iran at a 5% nuclear deal, right? Since they dropped that deal, they've gone to 20%.
Just want to spark up one myself. I was just going to ask, as I do, Sean, have you heard of I know you're a man more honest than the rest of these guys here, but you've definitely heard of the Clinton rape allegations and also the Clintons' death trails. Do you think that plays into any of our reckoning?
I don't want to. Hang on. I don't want to go that
When
deep.
when we're evaluating the greater macro politics, and we're understanding that these things play a part, I mean, how does that affect things? So I understand why you don't want to go there, but you understand that's a question to be asked, right?
Pete, it's very offensive when you come on and you're much better than everyone else here because they do that attributes to me that just are not true. I find that very offensive. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. That was just a direct question to Sean. You were just talking about Bill Clinton and Trump. That sort of distinction.
Except you insulted everybody else on the panel to do it.
Yeah, we're just having a lighthearted conversation and want to take it to this really deep.
Which you took it to Korea, then? No, you took it to Korea and all of these geopolitical.
We're talking about policy, not people.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm saying the policies are made by the people. So if all of this is open secret, then what's going on? There's greater sort of consideration here. How much are we supposed to believe about anything we read on the information given to us
Yeah,
by
that's
potential
why there's
rapists
an
and mass
impeachment
murderers?
hearing
See,
going on right
you brought
now
something.
because the
You
will
brought
of the
something in
American
that's
people was to give military
well.
aid
Hang
to
on.
Ukraine, and our
You
president had
hang
a
on.
shadow
Hang
government
on. No
that went
name. Hang
around its
on.
back
Hang
to
on.
stop it from.
You're literally like sideswiping the conversation and obfuscating an idea of a conspiratorial idea of what's going on in the government. We're trying,
I haven't
when
even
I made
told
it,
you about North
but here's
Korea
the
not
thing.
existing, Sean.
Here's the problem. Yeah, that's not true. And here's the thing.
I think it
I
is.
made it a conversation about Trump's cabinet more than I made it of Trump for that reason. I believe government is awesome. Government is the answer. I don't give a fuck what you say. Hell yeah.
You really
Yep.
believe that?
Absolutely. No.
Government's
The problem is
terrible, dude.
no,
Government can't do
no.
shit.
Okay, we'll
So
get Mark
hang
Doxey in here.
hang on. Government is awesome. The corrupt people in the government that use that power for themselves, that's the bad part.
Yeah.
Same thing with guns. Guns don't kill people. Stupid people with
Right.
guns kill people.
Oh, okay, no, I totally agree.
Everything
The
Morgan
government,
said on the tin, everything to be great, but it doesn't.
yeah. Okay, yeah, I
Without a
totally agree with you, Sean.
without a
Yeah,
government,
yeah.
the people have no mechanism in place by which to
Yeah.
air
Yeah.
Just back to Bill Clinton and the potential murder trails.
I like to say it like this. Instead of saying government, governance.
Yeah, exactly. The people, because exactly. Because I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the concept of government. Obviously,
Exactly. That's
anarchy is wrong. We need some kind of government, but the governance is the people and the way that they handle it, and that, as far as we're experiencing, is a poorly executed governance.
But at the same time, it's like this: cops and the idea of cops are to protect people. Unfortunately, there are asshole cops that fuck that up for all the good cops. Same situation.
Yeah, what's the statement?
Actually,
It's
Sean,
not,
you're
it's
wrong.
not the
In the
cops,
Supreme
it's the
Court in the
assholes that
United
become
States,
cops.
it is not
Sean,
the
they satisfy
police's
the
job
ideals,
to
right? This is how
protect
liars operate.
Wait, what are
Okay,
you saying, No
so
Name?
did you know that there was I'll have to look up the name of it, but there was a Supreme Court case that got ruled on in the United States several years ago that said that no, in fact, the police's job is not to protect you. It is more to protect order overall in general, and that it can favor property over people.
Yeah.
I don't know
No
how you
name
would
knows the
justify
legal.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know how
That
you
is
would justify that, but I get
that
what you're
I-
saying. I get what you're saying.
That
It's
is
the same way.
that's
It's the
why
same way.
that's why it's so ironic that they have a damn sign on the side of their
Well,
car that says to serve and protect.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the same.
Yeah, but it doesn't say the people.
That's the same thing as like a fire department will let a fire burn out before they'll just try to burn. Try to
Sean,
put the fire.
Sean, let me ask you a question.
There
How
are
does
houses
how does
houses that will burn up because it's not going to help to try to stop it.
Sean, that's a different matter. But how does the
No,
U.S.
you're on
Constitution
a
apply to
different
you
matter.
as a man? Can I ask you that question, Sean? How do you think the U.S. Constitution applies to you as a man?
As it was drafted to protect us against corrupt people in the government.
Yes.
How does it apply to you? Unless you decide it applies to you.
I literally just told you.
Yeah, but my point is I understand,
He
right? But I'm
didn't
saying
like
the
your
whole
answer,
thing.
Sean. That's all. He's gonna talk.
Oh no, it's not that I didn't like his
Pete,
answer.
no, Pete. I'll say it very clearly. As drafted, it is to protect us from corrupt people in the government. Anything
From
beyond
tyranny.
that is
From
bullshit.
So what if a bunch of
From a
Masons wrote?
mad king.
Name
From a
one.
mad
What if a
king.
bunch of
Name
Masons
one.
wrote the Constitution, Sean?
Name
What if a
one
bunch of
aspect of it.
Masons
Name
wrote the
one
It
aspect
doesn't
that doesn't
matter,
apply to
Pete.
that.
It's
No,
there
no,
to
hang on.
protect us from
Hang on.
mad kings like you. Okay, we
About
don't
it.
want
Pete,
another mad King
Pete,
George.
name one
That's what
that
it's there.
doesn't. Name one part of the Constitution that doesn't apply to protecting us from the government. Name one.
Right, Sean. Okay, give me about 30 seconds, right? I know these guys are calling me mad. I am king of Era, self-declared king of Era. We're all kings and queens on the land. Sean, anything anyone else writes does not apply to you. Now, you can consent for it to apply to you. Now, when it comes to, I asked you specifically about the Constitution because you're an American citizen, you think it does apply to you. But then it comes back to what does it mean by an American citizen?
I told you what it
So
is.
there's all of these different implications, and no name here who's a ball earther knows what I'm talking about, and he'll back me up on this. So it doesn't actually apply to you at all unless you consent to being a part of it as a living man. And that's ultimately what we're getting back to here.
Okay,
Theater
Pete,
is all Trump and all that.
Pete,
Quick
Pete,
question.
hang on. How about
Just
this,
a quick
Pete?
question,
Hang on,
Sean.
Pete. No.
Sorry.
Pete, I want you to understand something. If your country goes to war right now and you seek sovereignty in the United States, do you think you just come here and just live here? Or do you think there's a process?
It'd be an interesting thing to think. This goes back to the passport and what that actually represents.
It would be a process, right? Well, guess what?
No, the Queen has no passport, Sean.
If there's a war,
Refugees don't require a passport.
Guess what, Pete? If there's a war that breaks out and I'm anywhere in the country, guess where I get to go? Because my military.
Mind all these terror tactics, Sean. Mind all these doomsday tactics.
Pete, I'm asking you simple questions.
Yeah, but come on,
you're
man.
doing this weird.
No, but Sean is coming along saying, look, whether there's a war or not, the legality of the situation, someone mentioned the Supreme Court earlier on, they all have to abide by certain rules, right? We have maritime law. We're under the colour of law. Now, if you don't know the distinction between the legal name and the living man, no name. Can you jump in and just tell Sean briefly?
That's bullshit.
No name.
Okay,
Please
well,
help me out here.
We don't live under maritime law in the United
Yes,
States,
we do.
so we live
Yeah, we
under
do.
we live under U.S. code.
No, we do.
We live under maritime law.
No.
Maritime
Yeah,
is naval.
Maritime is
No.
Yeah,
naval
maritime
law, where
law
the
is
captain of a
strictly for the
vessel
naval.
can
No.
like
Okay, so
summarily
listen,
execute
we're not
you or
okay.
something.
I
Like,
have
we
it
don't live under
differently.
maritime.
I'm sorry. We're not
Yeah,
under martial
I just
law.
need a clarifying question.
We're not
Are you
under martial
talking
law.
about
We're
the
under
Constitution or the Bill of Rights? Because they
what
are
I'm
two
saying has
separate
nothing to
documents.
do-
Sean, when
what
you
I'm
were
saying
growing up
right
in
now-
school, what did
what
you
I'm saying
swear
right
an
now-
oath
hang on,
to?
Pete. Hang on.
Hang on, please.
Hang on. No.
Sean,
What I'm saying has
Okay.
nothing to do with the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. What I'm talking about is Obama's, but actually it's a bill that went
Smith,
to
you mean?
state from Obama that states that
Smith.
it's a act of martial law, but we are not being policed by the military. Haven't taken over, but they have the right to incarcerate, search under federal law anybody they want. You know, the cops need intent to search, and all that shit like that. If it's a federal
They just
officer,
need probable cause now, don't they?
yeah, no federal law a federal officer needs no probable cause to detain you, and they don't have to
Sean?
charge you with shit. That's what we're under right now. If a
Oh,
federal
the
So, Sean,
Patriot
what
Act.
true
Yeah,
relationship?
What U.S. code is that? I'll have to look that.
What's
one
your
up.
relationship
There's
to
the
the federal
Patriot Act.
officer?
yeah. No, look under. It's one of the bills Obama passed.
It's under the
Yeah,
Will
part of the
it's an
Patriot Act.
extension of
It's
the
called
Patriot
something.
Act.
Yeah, it's called something. Though.
It's
Yeah,
an
it was
extension of the
probably. It
Patriot
sounds
Act.
like an extension of the Patriot Act.
Yeah. So what it did,
And here's the
they-
irony. Here's the irony. Here's the irony. So the Democrats worked out a last-minute compromise where they had a bunch of amendments that they wanted to add to the Patriot Act to clear out a bunch of shit like this, right? And then had to vote.
Well, here's the thing. The
Hold
whole
on,
guides of
hold on.
guides of
They had
that
to-
was
so
that
if
we
they
would be
didn't-
attacked
if
by
they
terror.
didn't-
But the whole guides behind that was a terrorist attack. There are terrorists? Yes,
no.
it was. Okay, go ahead.
No, that's not how a bill passes through the Senate and stuff,
Okay.
man.
Okay.
If they hadn't agreed to those amendments, then the Senate, which is majority Republican controlled, would have sent back what's called a clean extension back to the Congress. Okay? And a clean extension just means the way we've got it now, and it extends it for another 90 days. What the Democrats tried to do was get a compromise worked out to where a lot of those things that happened that we're complaining about are no longer legal. Okay?
Well, first
and
of all,
that's the irony.
just so you understand,
that's the difference
you're
in
talking.
policy
What
right
you're
there.
talking about is not how that worked. First of all, it was a grab of bills that they threw in, and everyone got to throw in their idea of what they wanted it to be, and Obama and them signed it in the middle of the night and passed it under the guise that there are terrorists in the United States and we need to find them. And that is what made tapping your phones, data collecting, and all
Yeah.
that stuff
And
legal.
do you know how many?
But
do you
now
know
you're
how
going to
many
obey
Russians?
it as a good citizen,
Do you know how many?
Sean. You
Do
got
you
to
know how
obey
many
it, right?
Russian
Now you also
spies?
know that Will Smith
Hold
is
on,
Barack
hold on,
Obama.
Pete.
Shut
Hush,
up
hush,
with that
Pete.
shit. Hang on.
This is real news, Sean. You can look this up. Do you know how many Russian spies that Obama uncovered using that actual law?
Yeah, how
Like, do you
many?
know how many Russians?
Yeah,
Like
how many in the United States?
he found that one
How
of their
many
he found that
in
they owned
the
a plane.
United? How much in? How many in
39.
the?
39. He found
Bullshit.
39
39.
Russian agents
on
were
Facebook
indicted.
or in the United States?
No, they were
In the United
physically
States.
in the United States. They had they owned a house, and they were using that house, and they were using other properties. And then under those laws, Obama it seized that property, but they all claimed like diplomatic immunity and bolted out of the country. Right? There were all these indictments. They were all laid out, all the evidence against them, and it's all public record because this all got brought up during the House's impeachment trial.
Before or after 9/11?
This is after 9/11. Yeah, this is like 2015. It's right before the 2016 election.
Oh well,
Obama started finding like they used this extension of the Patriot Act, the one that you and I are complaining about, and they used it to expose 39 Russian spies in the United States, right? And all these guys bounced. They used diplomatic immunity and shit and bounced. But we seized the house, and we got all the evidence out of that house because it wasn't like an embassy or anything. And all that evidence.
The Patriot Act from 9/11. What happened to 9/11?
Here's the thing.
What happened to
Yeah,
9/11?
here's the problem. Because when they passed that bill, they gave the right to detain without question. If it was under that same bill, them having diplomatic immunity would have made no difference.
No, that's not true. Like international law trumps that Patriot Act. So that's why all the
you only get diplomatic immunity if you're part of a governing body. You don't just get it like princes and all that. They're all part of the government.
They were part of the they were considered like Russian diplomats, man. They were all part of like this scheme.
Yeah, it was a huge scheme.
To fabricate the means to enforce policy.
19 of our top intelligence like agencies and committees and heads and shit all agreed. This is all public. You can get all this information. It's all made public when it's got announced during the House's impeachment.
This guy, Sean, he's just an official story man.
What is the information that came out about it?
You're letting these
Hang on, Pete.
Dwarfs on your town, Sean.
It's a pile of stuff, and I apologize. I don't know all.
Talk about 9/11, Sean.
I don't want to. Hang on, I don't care about 9/11.
I don't want to mute you, man, but I mean, I'm
Yeah.
trying to answer questions.
Can we clear something up real quick?
Yeah,
Can we clear something up real quick?
No name. It's on you, man. I made you an MP for a reason. Go ahead.
I just wanted to clear up something real quick. The Patriot Act itself allowed the people to be detained without any reason.
Yes,
that was the original Patriot Act.
Yeah,
where did that come into being, bud? Where did that come from? For anyone who doesn't know.
But
hang on, Pete.
The extension of that was done through Obama.
Yeah,
it was an extension.
Patriot Act,
the reason why that was all pushed through,
the military would have to police everything. The extension made it so that the government didn't actually have to start the governing law.
No, but what it did was they changed how they could detain. So like now you can be detained for no reason, but it's but under if a regular policeman, a county or something like that, they can detain you for up to 48 hours.
Wait, not a
up to 48 hours.
Only a federal officer can.
No, listen.
Police can hold you for up to 48 hours.
Up to 48 hours without charges. They can hold you up to 48 hours without charge.
No, that's his law.
Now,
hang on.
Now this is where the law gets that part of the Patriot Act comes out. So they can detain you for that 48 hours.
Sense though, is that for federal detainees though?
Oh, because of 9/11, right, Sean?
Okay.
Hang on.
His dad worked in
Pete.
Hold
9/11.
on, let me finish. Let me
Hang on,
finish first.
Pete.
Okay, so so what they do is they'll have the local police
Mhm.
come and pick you up for those 48 hours.
Yeah,
Then after
hang on.
that, the
but
federal
clarify.
hold on, the
But it is a
federal at that time is building a case against you,
Yes. Okay.
so they can come and pick you up
Uh-huh.
directly from the police station.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
but it's a federal. But it would be a federal call, though. It's not your police department making a traffic stop and going 48 hours. It's
Well,
it's under a federal guide. So
okay, so you know how that when they look up like when you get pulled over for speeding or something and they get your license and they run you through the system.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, all those systems are connected.
Mm-hmm.
So especially on the federal level.
Yep.
So they run your system. You have a red flag for the federal.
Mm-hmm.
That information comes up. Hey, this person's getting pulled over, and there's a go or no go, basically.
Yeah.
That's freedom, Sirok.
But
That's
at the
freedom.
point, look, put it this way: if I'm a highway patrolman and I pull you over and you get a federal hit, if I detain you, I am no longer a peace officer for the state. I'm a peace officer for the federal law. Right? You understand?
No.
What I mean?
No. Yeah. Yes, but no. Okay. So you, if you pulled me over and that red flag came up,
mm-hmm.
you would first off you'd be making a call in saying this is happening. The person above you is going to say detain that person.
Yep.
You are still part of that city. The only thing you are doing is your job.
Yeah, no.
But
once in handcuffs. I mean, at that point,
once in handcuffs, no.
Yeah.
You're still not federal. You're still following procedure based on whatever county or city that you are in. You still have to follow federal law no matter what. You know, it's not like you're above or a part of the federal law. You're just a tool of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But that becomes a federal detainee. They're different. But this way,
no,
okay,
they don't become a federal detainee.
Look,
I'm looking at this right now. They have to be processed.
I can explain this. Hang on.
There's a chain of evidence.
Let me explain this. No, let me explain this very clearly. A police officer, a highway patrolman, pulls you over, and he smells alcohol. Probable cause, correct?
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
He had
a cop
smell
or
the
a highway
alcohol on
patrol.
your breath
It
while
doesn't. Hang
pulling you over.
on. Doesn't matter. Hang on. A cop pulls you over, and you have a warrant. Failure to appear, whatever, warrant. He can arrest you, right? Right?
Yes.
Detain you.
He can
You're not arrested yet.
Exactly.
Although
Exactly.
he's not arresting you because
yeah. Okay.
detain
Hang on. So detain. Perfect. Okay. No matter what, he needs a reason, probable cause. There needs to be a reason. A cop can never in his life ever detain you without reading you your Miranda rights. Here's the difference.
No, that's when he arrests you.
Yes,
they
exactly.
Your Miranda rights.
Yeah, you cannot be handcuffed unless you're being detained. Now, unless you're for safety reasons. But whatever, Hank, doesn't matter. Okay.
Safety, yeah, but you're not being at that point. You're being detained. You're not being being arrested.
But
you're not being arrested until they read you those Miranda rights.
You still need probable cause to be detained. You cannot be detained for no reason at all. It is pending an investigation. There's probable cause right there. Right? Now, if highway patrolman pulls someone over and it red flags them as a federal case, there does not need to be a reason. That cop does not need to tell that person a reason. That cop, his only job is to arrest that person and detain him under a federal jurisdiction. And here's why it has to be. Because that officer does not have to read him Miranda rights. That officer does not have to read him his rights at all. Why? Because that extension tells that officer or makes it so that officer can work as a federal officer at the federal level if need be.
Did you say at all, Sean?
What?
Did you say at all?
At all.
Oh, I thought you said at all. Okay, yeah, all right, that makes sense. Okay.
Hey,
So,
Sean.
are you saying that in the commission of a detention of a person with a federal warrant for their arrest,
Mm-hmm.
the police officer becomes a
Warrant of
duly
the federal
deputized,
Yep.
duly deputized officer of the federal government?
Yes.
Huh.
It'll work for you, right, Sean?
Because you got to
Or
remember
do
this.
you work for them, Sean?
Here's the reason.
That sounds like you're a
Hang
slave
on,
for
Pete.
something.
The reason is because there are different ways, rights, and regulations between the two situations. How do you arrest somebody using your standard laws of how to arrest somebody? Probable cause, rights, yada yada yada. How do you arrest someone without needing those under the same?
This is
under the
called
same
jurisdiction, Sean. Jurisdiction.
That's
Well,
why.
what if they were?
That's why.
What if they were
okay.
breaking the law, and that's why you pulled them over in the first
Because
place?
well,
I mean,
that would be the thing. You have probable cause for detaining them. Once you go into a federal situation, you no longer trust me. That's why you know how things. Well, you know things get thrown out for the better charge. That instantly, if it goes, because remember, this is also what happens when you get a high crime like federal case. What happens when that police department does detain them and puts them in their jail? Within what hours, maybe they meet
Get something up his arse.
Stop, man. They're swapped to FBI or you know what I mean, federal agency. You are
that's when custody changes hands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But everything before that custody change goes under a federal law, not a state law or a jurisdiction.
Well, yes and no. Okay, so like I said, the police officer is just picking you up. Mm-hmm. He cannot say what the charges are. He cannot say what is going on. Mm-hmm. All he can say is you have a warrant per the federal government, and that's as far as.
Okay.
He's not going to be given that information.
Exactly.
So he cannot tell you why. But he can say, this is what, the federal government says, you ain't going nowhere. Well, you're going nowhere. You're going directly to jail.
What about when you get a warrant?
But he is not.
When you have a
but
state
he
warrant?
is not. If he has a state warrant, then it'll say that you have a warrant for your arrest. And well, it depends.
License. No, but
right.
There's a list, and they can tell you.
Yeah, but he still doesn't have to tell you that. If it's in a separate county or something like that, this county says to pick you up, you have a warrant for your arrest. They don't have to tell you why they're picking you up.
Yeah, but guess what?
They say you're being detained because of this warrant, and then when they take you to jail, they say, okay, well, this is the information that we have, and you're going to have to sort this out with the court in X county or with the federal government. But they are not. The only thing they're doing is their job, which is. If you're a red flag, you're picked up.
But here's the thing. There's not just a red flag. There are warrants that don't warrant being arrested. Or you're not in your state. And it's for the stop, Pete. So what happens?
You have to rephrase that, Sean.
So what ends up happening is that you get pulled over for a failure to appear. The cop doesn't seem to be a aggravated assault. It seems pretty mundane. He decides, "Hey, get your ass to court. I'm not gonna arrest you on this bench warrant." That's an option of the cop. He's making
no,
that
it's
distinction.
not. He's an officer of the court.
Whoa,
that's not his choice.
No name. Wait, no name.
If he lets you go, I got taken in for a failure to appear.
Yeah, they don't. Oh no, they don't
and
have
it was
to.
Absolutely.
Guess what?
It was absolutely not his call.
If you got a warrant and he lets you go, he's not doing his job.
No, bullshit. If that warrant is less than a certain amount, how much was your bail?
Dude, it was for an expired tag.
How much was your bail?
2 days in jail over dude, this was 19.
Freedom grades in America.
Guess what? All those things do matter.
It cost me about $1,500 to get my driver's license back, to pay the fine, and then to pay for the guest service that I got for 2 days in a
Okay.
drunk tank. Even though I
How
wasn't
many?
drunk.
What was the original ticket for tags?
The original ticket was for an expired tag. Yeah.
Okay.
On
Was
a
the
car
one,
that didn't even belong to
hang
me.
on. Was the ticket after that first initial ticket? Was that for your expired tags?
Oh no, it was for a failure to appear in court.
But you got pulled over again, and it was because your tags were expired.
No. So in '99, I was taking my girlfriend out on a date. My car broke down. My ex-stepdad worked for a Ford dealership, so he gave me a one of his spare cars to take her out on a date on, right? He didn't check, and I didn't think to check, but the tags were expired on it because he had a car dealership. So
Okay,
he had
well,
tons
so
of freaking
let
cars.
me get this straight.
I get pulled over.
Uh-huh.
Pulled over going from Limestone County into Madison County.
Uh-huh.
In Madison County, they write me a ticket for an expired tag. I go home,
Okay.
tell my ex-stepdad about it. I'm like, hey, man, tag's expired on your car. He goes, I'll take care of it. I've actually already got the tag. I'll just send in the tag receipt so they'll drop the ticket. Well, he didn't do that. And I didn't check up with him because I was just a kid and I didn't think two things about it. I was just bebopping along until a guy pulls out in front of me one day and takes the front end off my car. And while the cop's running his driver's license and my driver's license, mine comes up revoked, and that there's a warrant out for my arrest. And he checks it out, and it turns out it was for a failure to appear in court.
You had just
And I
gotten
said-
involved.
I
You had
said-
just gotten
I said-
involved in a
for
car.
what?
You had just gotten in an accident.
in a not fault. Like it was the other guy's fault. The guy that hit me was
Okay,
drunk.
it was still an
So-
incident. Okay.
Yeah,
Here's
but
the
what
four
I'm saying
months
is
in
there was
prison
no
for a load of
cause.
black men.
Here's the
There
thing,
was
though.
no
Here's the
cause
problem.
for him to send me to jail
Okay.
for 2 days
Yes,
over an
there
expired
was.
goddamn tag.
He decided that warrant was worth taking you in for. And I'm telling you guys right now, it is not unjust.
Okay.
They don't get in trouble. They allow people. They don't take everyone to jail that has a warrant. It does not work that way.
It all
I can
goes
tell
back
you
to the
right
legal
now,
name,
I've
and you
had-
forget to
I've
talk
had
about
failure to
Patriot
appear.
Act.
I
Hang
can
on,
tell you right now,
I'll
I've
leave
had-
after this,
Pete,
Sean.
I'm talking.
You forget
I've
to
had-
talk about
I'm
the
talking,
Patriot
Pete.
Act,
Thank you,
right?
Pete.
Which
Thank
brought
you,
all
Pete.
this
I'm
stuff
talking.
about.
I'm talking. Stop. I've had failure to
I'm going to
appears.
leave now.
I've had failure to appears and been pulled over, and I wasn't arrested.
Because you're a big shot minor, Sean. Ex-minor.
Well, I mean, you live in a more liberal state too, right? You live in
But the
California.
problem is that you have to look at it that way. It's not just your state. Maybe in your state they don't play like that, but in my state they are very lax when it comes to certain different warrants. If it's because guess what, a jaywalking ticket that you don't appear to becomes a warrant. Is it the bail worth the shit? No. You got to remember they basically kicked everyone out of jail that didn't do a violent crime.
Well, yeah.
If you acted correctly,
we
you
have
could have
so
got
many
a lot of
private- We have so
compensation.
many private for-profit prisons that they're looking for an excuse to throw you in the slam.
But no name, if you acted correctly, you could have got a lot of compensation for your 2 nights incarceration because I take it you never got any
They do.
paperwork.
They do. They credit you.
You know, I think you never got any paperwork, so you had no idea when all of this came about.
They give you
If
all
everything
credit. If you go to jail, they give you paperwork on the way out, and you get credit.
Oh yeah,
But
I
before-
have all
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
they
didn't-
gave me. I mean, it's not like they just held
Yeah,
me for
yeah.
2 days and then threw me out on the street.
If it was a
Oh, no.
federal case, look, if it was a federal case, you don't have to. None of that information matters to them to give to you. You don't have to know any.
Talking about-
you don't even
Sean,
have
I'm
to
talking
tell
about
you
the
why you're there.
original.
There's a big difference
Hang on.
between a federal and no. There's a big difference between a federal law and a state law, especially when detaining one as well. They don't have to.
But
give you a
hang on, my
reason. They
point
have to
is-
have a
my
reason
point
for
is-
arresting you. You haven't even talked. How do you?
Before he, hang on, please. I'm going to go after this. Let me just say this, right? Let me just say this. Let me just say this, Sean. I'm going to go in 30 seconds, right? What I mean is, before you were arrested and spent 2 days you didn't get any paperwork associated with a court appearance for the missing tax or whatever tag you call it. That's my point. And just before I go, all of this comes about. Let me just say this. I'm gone then. All this comes about because of the Patriot Act. So let's talk about the 9/11 media and victim hoax, which brought about the Patriot Act. Will Smith is Barack Obama. George
What are
W.
you
Bush
talking
played the
about
role
right
of
now?
Charles Manson. It's all theater. Wake up.
Pete,
Sean,
hold on. You're going way too far. Getting pulled over and a failure to appear has nothing to do with the Patriot Act.
You notice that
That
too,
is a
Sean?
state level, maybe county, maybe city, I don't know, but that has nothing to do with the Patriot Act.
Back to what? Who are you subservient to?
This
That's
has
why I asked
been
the original question.
going on
I'm
since
subservient to my penis, and right now my penis doesn't want me to thump you on
I
your
pledge allegiance to
forehead.
the flag of the United States, right? What does that mean? What do you
This
pledge
had nothing. This has nothing to do with the Patriot Act, Pete. Pete,
You're not a
this has
name.
been going
It goes
on
back
a
to the
lot
legal
longer than
name.
you have no idea. You don't even live in the U.S. How do you know our laws at that point?
Listen, bud. It
On
all
a
comes back
local
to the
level,
legal name.
you
You
have no
consent to being
clue.
Listen,
Each
bud.
state is
You consent
different.
to being the legal
Each
name.
county is different.
Hey Sean,
All comes back to the
that's a
legal name.
hey Sean, that's a real good point. He said,
It goes back to the legal name
he said,
fraud,
hey
and that's
Pete, how are you going to talk to us about our government? You don't even live in the United States.
But yet I know 9/11 was a media and a victim fakery.
Yeah, I
That
don't
has
want to hear.
nothing to
Yeah,
do. That
that's
has
it.
nothing to
Trust
do with
me.
the conversation.
Trust me.
That
Yeah,
has
hey
nothing
Pete.
to do with
I'm
the
gonna,
price
hey
of
Pete.
tea
I'm
and
gonna tell you right
you know.
now. I'm gonna tell you when you run around saying that, it discredits. It discredits you. Not it doesn't pump you up to the people. The people aren't like, did you hear Pete's 9/11 shit? That dude's a genius.
And David is talking about that now. Russian Vids is on at the minute, Sean. You're in competition. I think he has
Oh
more viewers.
yay,
Than you.
Russian vids! Woo!
I think Sean has more viewers than you do. He's about 400.
I've got a question for No
Don't
Name.
care.
Sean, if you
I've
had
got a question for
400
No
viewers
Name.
right now, who would you have on and who wouldn't you have on?
Do you
That's a
really
good
He's
question.
going to transvestigate you, Pete.
Do you really think that I'm going for views? You realize that like I just like stopped streaming at one point and completely decided that certain things wouldn't be talked about on my streams anymore. Like I completely am pushing people away. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Sean
It's
did.
like a pub chat. Free and open now, Sean. I thought you were more free and questioning more
Oh,
than anything.
everything's open chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
empty brain.
But that's it.
You go to
Everything,
brain
hey,
and answer them.
everything's open to talk about, but I only talk about realistic shit. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about how fucking fairies fart gold and we need a scientific. There's a scientific way of acknowledging it. You just don't want to tell me. I'm not playing that game.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you: if you had 400 viewers like Russian Vids now, who would you have here, and who would you say? I'll see you
If I
later.
had 400 viewers,
as
if I
the
hang on, no name,
resident
let me answer this.
fairy
Hang on,
expert,
let me
Sean.
answer this. Hang on, no name. If I had 400 viewers right now, if I had 10,000 more subs right now, I tell you exactly who I'd want on my panel. Everyone here right now, because they would have been here the whole time as my numbers went up to it.
Oh, nice one. That's very diplomatic. That's including me. Okay, I'll stay for a while yet then. Let's get back to 9/11.
Okay, let's get back to it.
There's not one clip on the face of this earth. No one's ever going to come out with an exposed Sean video because at no point have I ever thought that this was me. Not once did I ever think anything happening here was me. Fuck no, who the fuck am I? I know that for damn
The
sure.
weird thing, Sean, is I've just checked Russian Vid's channel, and he's not streaming at the moment.
Unless Dress is here, and then in that case, I'm a dictator, and he shut up. What did you say? I'm just kidding. I even forgot what I was going to say.
Russian Vid's isn't streaming at the moment.
He's not?
Yes, relinquish to Dress.
No. Okay, we'll put it this way. Everyone, whatever stream you're dual watching right now, go to the other stream, copy and paste my link, and tell them all to stop in here and prove me wrong.
Come in, Sean. You have 500 viewers. Mad.
I got a question for No Name.
Straighten up your tie and go. Well,
wait. You asked me a simple question. Hey, Pete, you asked me a simple question. You said, who would I have here? Now, I never said the quality of the people here would get me there.
So I have a question for No Name. Okay.
Go for it.
So when you got pulled over and and he was writing your ticket, back in the 90s. He told you that he was going to take you in because of your failure to appear. Did he say the reason why I'm doing this is because in the future they're going to make this thing called the Patriot Act?
Yeah, that would have been a stretch because this was 1999. So
Yeah.
no. And the way it went down wasn't quite that way it went down, Sean.
Is that a straw man or? I'm trying to figure out which one that is because that means you turned that shit to left field on that one. So
no, it's following it to its logical conclusion. You know, it's kind of like blaming Obama for shit that happened in '99. Thank you, Obama.
You just Aristarchus us.
No, but hang on, Sean. I'm surprised that you were beating around the bush. I asked you a basic question. As a United States man, right?
I've answered every question you asked.
Who are you subservient to? Who are you subservient to? Or do people serve you?
My son.
What's the real relationship?
My son. The only person I have to keep alive, the only person I give a fuck to keep alive is my son. Excellent. That is why I'm subservient to.
Meanwhile, you have the Patriot Act, which can take you away from your son or take you away from you.
The Patriot Act in the face for my son's survival.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is a patriarch of survival, a totem pole.
Anybody on this panel
there is a totem pole of justice in my brain, and my son sits at the top of it. Okay, so when you ask me those questions, understand that.
Yeah, nobody.
Patriot Act is unjustified. I don't think anybody plays the role of Barack Obama. 9/11 was a media and a victim fakery hoax. So all of these things are on the back.
Stop saying that. No one cares. We're not talking about that, Pete.
Would you like to know the most common
we're letting our sons be fooled.
Pete, we are literally winding down.
Yeah,
I don't care to talk about 9/11. 9/11.
I would love to hear about it. And welcome to the voice chat.
Thank you.
Would you like to know the most common use of the Patriot Act?
Yes, Brad.
So if you're, use me as an example. If I'm riding down the road and I don't have my rags on, but I get stopped and they see I have a club tag, what they will do is they will then call a federal officer and see, because anybody that I'm affiliated with has a warrant. And they will detain me for 48 hours at the local level while the federal level sees if they even have a case with me. They don't have to tell me why they have me or why they detain me or nothing. But they will hold me for the full 48 hours on nothing.
Oh, because you're a known associate of somebody that is facing federal charges.
But that's without the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is that on people without reason.
Yeah, I don't.
Sean, that's
exactly what I was saying before.
What are we doing?
That's
What are we
exactly what I was saying before. You are
hang on, let me just say this,
on a local level.
I want to hear what Sean has to say, not what you have to say.
I just wanted to give my impression. That's mad.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying before. Was you are detained on a local level until the federal government is like, well, we're going to take you.
The difference being,
change your life.
The difference being, if I was wearing colors, they don't have to have any reason whatsoever to stop me except for the fact that I'm wearing rags. That's the only thing they need to know. And they don't
say this. Why do you have to obey this? Right?
Well, hold on, Pete. We're not talking about having to obey anything. We're talking about the realities of the situation as we observe them, and we're getting
government versus governance.
We're getting a real life first-hand account of somebody who knows the fucking system, and that person has credibility with me, and so I want to hear what that person has to say. You, on the other hand, have nothing to really add because you're not a U.S. citizen. You don't have first-hand U.S. experience, and you're a woo peddler. So I don't value your input on this.
So you're pussy then because you put yourself underneath these laws, right? And as I said, on the back of the Patriot Act, which came about, by means of we can't mention these things. Right? I'm getting to the root of matters. And I'll leave ye pussies, not you, Sean. I'll leave ye pussies fucking talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, leave the pussies who were actually talking about the realities of the situation and not the words.
You let your children down. If we tolerate this, then our children will be next, right?
Will Smith is Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey is Tom Cruise. It's all a Aristarchus.
All right, guys.
So the first example
Will Smith, Barack Obama, Charles Manson, George W. Bush. It's all theater. All the best.
The first example was if I got stopped for, say, speeding and the cop saw something on my bike. The next example that really applies to the Patriot Act is if I'm riding with colors on, and all he's got to do is he doesn't need a reason to stop me then. He can detain me, but the minute he runs that I'm affiliated, he can arrest me without saying shit because the feds will want to try and ask questions, and they have 48 hours to pick me up. No reason, no probable cause, no warrants, no nothing. He can detain me for no reason. That's how the Patriot Act gets used to bust people, or at least detain them.
Yep. There's a huge difference there. That's
Yeah.
People don't realize it's happening. I have my fourth waiver. I don't have my fourth waiver. See, but there's no reason for it now. Like that's what it's like in the open. Crash doesn't have these waivers, right? But secretly we do. But now, without saying, we have the same rights as Crash now.
Yeah,
like his is just publicly known, but ours is under wrap. They just don't tell us it's like that now.
Yeah, like
well,
if,
I mean, again, and I don't think anybody would argue that that's not the case. I mean, they can arbitrarily put you on a list. They can say you're a terrorist. They don't have to define really what that means or what you did to get on that list. But they can do that, and then they don't have to tell you exactly, so they don't have to inform you, and then they can put you on a list that says you're a terrorist, and then all of a sudden you don't qualify for things like, jurisprudence and habeas corpus and things like that. Like you can be executed, right? Extrajudicially executed for being a terrorist on that list. And that's not paranoia. That's not a paranoid conspiracy. That's not Pete Shea Woo. These are things that have been litigated in court. These are things that have passed certain bars of the Justice Department and the Supreme Court and various federal district courts. And
do you know there were guys that sat in Guantanamo for 17 years and never were charged?
Yeah.
Yes. David Hicks.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a family that was charged in Guantanamo. I don't remember how long they were there, but it was a man, a wife, and his kid or something. They were all detained.
Yeah, they took children as young as 8, and then elderly men as old as like 80 something. It was ridiculous. I mean, come on.
Anybody of battle age or something like that?
David Hicks. He was never formally charged.
They found out that members of the Iraqi government, the preliminary Iraqi government set up like right after shock and awe, were paying. They were being paid for every person that they turned in to the U.S. military. And so what they would do is they would turn in people they didn't like, or just some random kid off the street.
Yeah.
And the U.S. would just go, thanks for the help, buddy.
Yeah, they found out that they ended up finding out that they were narking on rival factions and rival militias.
So they all ended up in like Abu Ghraib, where our Marines would, pile them up in naked body pyramids and play with their dicks and stuff. I mean, like we did some dirty, awful, underhanded shit. Our military fired on civilians. We dropped enough depleted uranium on the area, like it was the equivalent of a Hiroshima bomb once a week for something like 11 years. We've done some really, really bad things geopolitically speaking. I don't think anybody's arguing those facts. I don't think that excuses any of them, and I think that there needs to be some investigation so we can find out what the fuck is actually going on with our government and move on from there. And I think that's a patriotic thing to do. I think that's a patriotic act.
I don't know if this is real. I don't know if they really went to fruition with it. But you were just talking about the dropped uranium and stuff and all the weaponry that they're using. They actually had a plan. Because remember at the very beginning, the Taliban was using a lot of underground tunnels and caves and stuff to get around.
Yeah.
They had a plan.
It's real hard to fight up in the hills and mountains.
They had a plan to detonate a nuclear device. That for this reason, they said if they won't be able to hit them with the nuke, the radiation over time it would seep it would decay into the ground. At some point, it would eventually reach them, and they would be able to use satellite and use the uranium like a nightlight. Because at a certain point, it would decay from the ground, right? But
and the density of the concentration would, yeah.
Yes.
Have you never heard the old expression, nuke them till they glow and then shoot them in the dark?
I've never, but that's exactly what they plan to do. That's exactly what the document was
Dude,
talking
yes.
about.
That's neocons, man. That's all those like Mad Dog, after, you know, that movie Dr. Strangelove, or how I came to love the bomb. What isn't that the name?
Well,
Have
hey,
you ever
guys,
seen
hang
that?
on.
Dr. Strangelove. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Strangelove.
Hey, before you finish, I got to end the stream because I got hungry, getting up and down.
Oh shit, we're still streaming?
Oh yeah. But
Yeah, man.
I want to hang on.
3.5 hours, man.
I'm gonna come back because I want to.
I would like to apologize right now to the audience. Just, you know.
Oh no, you're known as our long-winded guy.
On behalf of. Okay, sorry.
Hey, I love you.
I guess for
don't change the thing.
For calling out Pete publicly too.
Yeah, but don't apologize. Don't change a thing. But yes, you are a long-winded friend, and we love you for.
Have I at least gotten better about taking a breath now and then?
No.
Yeah,
but you're definitely more on topic though, except for when you compared your ticket.
Can I do my closing thoughts, Sean?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to apologize for No Name's behavior in general, and also the planet is a globe.
Yeah, we knew that. Yeah, I mean, anybody. I'm not going to go down the list.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. This ain't one of those channels. I'm sorry, I forgot. This isn't one of those channels.
I mean, no. You can have a final thought, but you just got to, at this point, say it
now. I got a final thought for you, Sean.
Hang on, shut up.
No.
I realized
the world is a globe.
I want everyone.
The world is a globe.
Topic in discussion here, but like for instance, me and Jose are pretty much almost the same. You can have an open discussion here. We want respect, period. But there's a difference. I'm very much more open about the censoring I will do. Jose has to find that is running the fine line between, keeping the structure while at the same time it staying an open discussion, which he does very well. But he's
very good at that.
Yeah. But he has that teeter totter he has to balance. Me, I said fuck the balancing.
Yeah, that's
discussion. Great, open discussion, but fuck you. This is my panel and my stream. And I'm respectful, so I mean, it's never like a Nathan or overtaking situation. But I'm long-winded. I have long-winded friends, and so
you're welcome, Sean.
Thank you guys. Like I said, if I had 500 viewers, everyone on the panels who I want there while it's happening, I wouldn't change the shit. This is what I want. I want to hang out. I want to ramble and go to topic every 5 to 3 minutes. I don't care. All I want to do is go, hey dudes, let's hang out and just bullshit. And guess what? That's what we're doing. That's my goal.
That's what we do.
All I fucking want.
We do it well.
I care about.
My final thoughts are: I changed my name just to piss off Pete, which appears to have worked.
Pete Shea is a Jesuit priest.
He's a something priest. Yeah, but imagine, remember when we were kids and everyone had a place to go? Like, no one had phones, pagers. Every Saturday, Sunday morning, you wake up.
Oh, we dropped the bikes out the front.
And you knew exactly where to meet up with everybody. That's what this stream is. This stream is that spot. The spot everyone wakes up and goes, I know where everyone's going to be.
So wait a minute, Sean. What you're saying
is, it was a total success. My first live stream in Spanish, I had like 18 people watching. Boom! Muchas gracias.
Man, that's great.
Jose, I streamed in campaign to this, and I realized something. Here's the problem. You can't make friends with Spanish streams and then do a stream with all of them. Because everyone else is like, well, we don't know Spanish.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do this every Saturday night, bro. I like it.
Okay,
that's good.
Cool. But I mean, because I've come across it's awesome because I've actually come across the Spanish flat Earth, and
Yeah.
there definitely is a much more fluid conversation going on over there. It's
Yeah, it was
not
good.
like it
It was
here.
it was
Yeah,
decent because we had 50-50. We had Matrix Media and Cynical Skeptic, and then we had Carlos, Holulipa, and Hugo Perez. So it was kind of even, and it was good. He got a little heated, kind of halfway there. We were a little up and downs, but it was decent, man. I liked it. There
I
was
bet
no name
that
calling, no triggering, none of that shit.
that stream
Hey,
will probably go up in views as the days go on, because that's going to be
Yeah.
something like that the Spanish searching will find. Whereas
Yeah.
in I think most of your live viewers, especially because you remember the times you go on, you're
Yeah.
getting UK and American live
Um,
stream views right off the
Yeah,
bat.
there's something that went down. There's a conference in Spain, I think, something going on in Spanish, a big conference. So most of the flat earthers and the globers are doing live streams and they're doing their own stuff, talking about the conference. So
Mm.
Holulipa and Curve Water, the Spanish version of Curve Water is Curva o Agua or something like that. They got big channels and they wanted to share my show and have all the viewers coming over here and to a bunch of people join the call, but they had to do a emergency live stream because of something that went down in the Spanish conference. So there was a shitload of people over there in their Spanish channels. Holulipa still came in and whatever, but he said for next week they're gonna try to have more people coming in Spanish and spread the voice. If I do it once a week, I know it's gonna get bigger.
Yeah. Just know I'm
But
stealing
it was
your
fun. It was
I'm
fun.
stealing your English speaking. Oh,
It's all good. I like
no,
it.
no,
Yeah,
no,
no
no.
problem.
More important news, because we are still in alliance.
Yes.
Carlos was over here when he was supposed to be over on your panel. Halfway through, he stopped in just to say, "What's up, guys?" It was weird. He was talking a lot of shit. I was like, "Dude, there's no translator." He's like, "There should be a translator." So I was just, I'm just letting you know that you may have an issue in the ranks.
Yeah. All is good. All is good. I appreciate it. When I saw you going live, I say that's a great idea because the English, our viewers, is either watching your show,
Mhm.
my show, or whatever. So they have something to go to. They see my show going, oh, Jose Live. What the fuck is this Spanish? I don't understand shit. What else is going? Oh, Shonji, I'm on it. So yeah, I liked it, man. Good idea.
Because you got to remember, I come from the class, like I hate chat. I hate being in type. Like, I hate typing. That's the whole reason I even live stream. I hate being in chat. So it was like,
Dude,
I can't.
you know who was in the chat for like 2 hours since the stream started and chatting in Spanish with everybody? Skyfly Bright, bro. Skyfly Bright is a
Really?
fucking superstar. Yeah. I don't know
Oh,
what
damn.
kind of translator he used, but it was perfect Spanish and he was engaging in arguments and discussions in the chat. And I go like, holy shit, that was good, man. It was fun to look at him.
And but the thing is he had to have known it, because when you use like Google, doesn't it like strip the meaning of it?
Fucked it up. Yeah, he
Yeah.
fucked it up. So yeah, and he had it down. He was really well reading Spanish. So he might have a
knows
little idea.
Spanish.
So
But
it was good. Yeah.
now we can mirror Jose's Spanish show and do a bad English lip sync version of it.
Yeah, but a lot of little clips went down. I might take one day, one afternoon, and review it, and maybe grab a few clips and translate it in English, just for the hell of it, so people kind of get an idea what went down.
I can do it. Hola, amigos. ¿Qué onda? El mundo está uno zafir.
I like it. But thank you, Shanji, for doing this and backing up.
And that translates to we're cooking Chinese cats for dinner.
Are you going live again, Jose? Or
no? Hell no, I'm done, man.
yeah, I'm
go to sleep.
exhausted. I slept I worked all week and then woke up early. I'm like stuck waking up at 4:30 in the morning now. But the good thing is remember before I ended up waking up and getting online right at the end of your streams. Well, now I wake up at 5 o'clock every morning on the West Coast. So I'm up when you're on. So I've been listening to every stream now. That's good. I like that part of it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I got to check my Skype, but tomorrow morning I'm supposed to go meet Travis up by Anacapa Islands.
Oh, you're meeting Travis?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the plan.
Who's the referee for the fist fight?
None.
Tell me quit being a bitch and unblock me.
Yeah. But hey, you
Yeah,
know
watch
what?
out for Elbow. Because his
You know
left
what?
elbow gets the most exposure.
Hey, I got 180 views and I got 30 likes and 0 dislikes. Boom.
Nice.
Take that.
We'll see
Hey, I'll
how
jump
many.
over there. I'll jump over there and thumbs it up too
You
to help
don't.
get that
Oh,
like ratio.
thumb it up. Thumb it up. Don't fuck it up. We're gonna get no
Yeah.
thumbs down on this
Oh,
one.
that's just.
Yeah, I'm gonna go give it a thumbs down just to
You
piss you off.
asshole.
See, here's the best. Here's the thing. So I feel comfortable in, like, I'm going up there tomorrow. Like, I know exactly where he takes these. Like, I know the area, but he's made it very clear he goes to the same place. So
Dude,
I know Travis is a
camera on hand, bro.
a sun or sunrise coastline type guy. So I know
Camera
where
on
he'll be.
hand, recording, Seanji. Camera on hand, man.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna record.
Hey, Sean.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand in the background and not say anything, and once in a while I'll throw $5 at you.
You got it. Hey, you have to document and record yourself as you hug Travis for the first time, giving
No,
a big
what
hug.
I plan to do, because my girl's probably gonna come with me. I'll have her videotape it, and I plan on going live. I'll go live
Fucking
on my phone.
awesome. Yeah.
Oh,
fucking
100%.
awesome, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, sweet.
that is a
You,
big that's a big moment in YouTube history right now. And no name, no, there'll be I want no violence. I don't. You gotta remember, I used to fight. I don't like fighting. Fighting is the worst thing in the world to me.
Yeah.
Well, I must have missed out on you guys like making up and shit.
We
'cause
didn't.
I'm telling you,
We didn't.
the other day I thought if you guys met in real life, there would be Muay Thai going on.
No. Here's the thing. Because remember, I'm not going to talk shit. It's going to go only respectful because of Toady. Because Toady was going to be the debate manager. And then right after that, he had already stated that he would be in California for 9 days. And I knew that. And I've always talked to him about doing this. But I knew it wouldn't happen if I was being an asshole. So I stopped. I didn't talk any shit. So then a few nights ago, Travis went on and said I had to pay him. Well, over the course of 3 of his streams, he kind of broke down because I knew where he'd be, and he realized it. Because I told him, I said, hey, I'm not going to pay you, but if I find out where you are, then is it chill if I come up there? Because I didn't want to be a stalker. And he actually laid some terms down that I 100% agree with. So we did negotiate. Negotiation worked perfectly. The only difference is right now it's 6 o'clock on the West Coast. I've just messaged him, and I would believe that he would be home pretty soon. So, or where he's getting back to pretty soon. So maybe we'll see.
Are you going full on Brokeback Mountain with Travis tomorrow?
I don't roll like that.
Oh, thank you.
I don't. Yeah.
I told you, see Phil unblock
and
me?
I said my girl would be there, and I don't share at all.
Okay,
like
okay.
I don't share at all.
But dude, if you approach him, catch it, like, oh shit, like surprise or not, you go, Travis, what's up, man? Bring it on. You gotta give him a hug, bro. We gotta get that hug
Wait,
online
Dude,
recorded, bro.
I'll do like the first half hour stalking, just from different angles without him knowing I'm there.
Dude, you gotta give him a big hug, man. Maybe a spank or something. Like
a lot of you guys know exactly what I look like. Some of you guys haven't figured that out yet. But I do go live, or I do go with my face on camera, here and there. I less than I used to. I used to be nonstop. If you go back and any of my streams back in the day, I'm always on camera. But
Seanji is basically an old black man who sounds like a young white.
Yeah.
FYI,
but I'm
caramel,
sexy. Yeah, I'm sexy caramel.
Sexy caramel is impossible to match, by the way.
Sexy caramel. Hell yeah.
You look like Will Smith from like not Deadpool, Suicide Squad, or do you look more like Will Smith from like?
No.
It's not worth watching.
I look like Sean, but I'm sexy, and I'm sexy caramel. It's
Sexy caramel.
It's special.
Which is an impossible color to make by paint. Just saying.
Because it's perfection. It's very difficult.
Yeah, it's unobtainable, really.
No, and I'm going to tell you now, guys, right now. My father taught me this a long time. You don't walk up on a guy's rear unannounced. So I won't do it with Travis. I don't know Travis like that. I don't know if where Travis comes from, he wears a gun or a knife.
Yeah.
And
I will spank whip come a long way, man.
I will not be the guy that got stabbed because he was nervous.
Oh, I would so just just grab my buck knife, walk up behind him, and slowly put it
No,
on
no,
his
no.
neck with the sheath on it.
This you could no wait, guys.
Hey.
This you could do, Shonji, like for real. You could come to him like, "Hey, how you doing?" But make out a voice, like try to make a different accent. Are you? What are you doing? What are you working on? Like, oh, nice camera,
Hey,
bro.
hey,
Fuck
my
him up, fuck him
son,
up.
my son left the room, so I can be as honest as possible. I got one act, like one role that I could add called stoner. That's it. That's all I got. And like I was saying, he may not know what I look like. I've been on camera multiple times around him, but he may not like have that in print because he has a very recognizable face, especially because he sounds like he's 10, but he looks like he's 60.
Yeah, the mustache, you know,
Yeah,
little
yeah.
mini,
It's
all the
like-
tats
Dude, when
or
he
whatever.
said he was my age, I was like, "There's no way. There's
Oh,
no
he's
way
so
he's
young.
my age."
He
Yeah,
don't
he's
sound
old.
like he looks. I remember because all this started. I had never seen him, and then one day on the stream, he had kind of leaned over in his camera, and I saw him. And I was like, "That's not who I've been talking to."
Yeah.
He doesn't look like a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. If you haven't seen Travis, I guarantee you, any idea of what you think he looks like is wrong compared to what he does look like. I'm telling you right now.
You know what?
Right.
Right the hand looked like what I thought Travis sounded like.
Right the hand's another one like that. I mean, you can
didn't
tell
know
he
that.
looks like a douchebag, but his appearance doesn't look the same as.
Yeah.
I mean, he does look like a douchebag though.
No, I had to say he does look like how he sounds. But
Right the hand
I
needs
thought
a skinnier
Travis
shirt
I
and
thought
a
Travis
skinnier-
looked like that as well.
Right the hand needs another pair of skinny jeans and a tighter shirt.
Dude, I'm a skinny guy. There is no possible way I can fit into skinny
All right,
jeans.
Chonji, you asked for it. There it is in your chat. You asked for it.
I like that. I like that twirly handlebar mustache you got
He
going
does not
there.
sound like he looks at all. Not even a little bit.
Yep, gotcha.
He looks like he's trying to do the red pill philosophy mustache and failing. Just
Oh no. Trust me. Anybody with a mustache like that didn't do it overnight. He's been committed to that for a minute.
Yeah,
I
that
would
takes
not say
work,
he's biting.
man. That really does take some work.
He's not biting off of no one. That's commitment right there.
Yeah, that's commitment. That's definitely commitment.
My beard's long enough, I think I could pull it off overnight, but I would hate it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's a really punchable mustache right there. I mean that's the mustache that like.
I don't want to fight at all. The last thing I want.
No, I'm just saying for me, that's my point.
Like seriously, I just want to make some masturbation.
Hey Sean, I got an idea. All right, so go over there and just do your best impression of Lemon Bird when you start talking to him the very first time.
You guys want me to do this
flip his
crazy
paradigm.
shit?
Oh, I would so walk up to him and just say, "Hey, you're kind of cute. Can we go for a beer?"
I'm not creeped. Like you guys are weak. Like, I don't do that on the internet. What makes you think I do that in real life? What the hell's wrong with you people?
Dude, when you were live streaming from Texas, you were that creepy.
Okay, Sean, but you see the problem is that all of your
I'm not gonna lie, Sean. I had some skeletons in the closet. I probably shouldn't have been live streaming at the time.
Yeah, but all of your paradigms are rooted in an atomistic paradigm.
Yeah, it was.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like
see?
that penguin thing you did at the end there.
I'm gonna tell you now. Like any time I've talked on here, I had a live stream, and it seems super creepy. Something probably was going on. I'm not very good at hiding stuff. Trust me, what you guys get is me.
Yeah. Click the link, Chonji, that I put. I put this video just a little bit and scroll halfway. Just let it roll for a second or two, so you can see it on movement.
Oh,
on there. on the Discord.
No. I've seen this. I know.
Yeah, but people want to see it. They say like, "What? Mind blown."
No, they gotta find out for themselves, man. Like of everyone, think about it. Of everyone that's on Discord and YouTube, if you think about voice to look, Travis has the most vice versa. He sounds nothing like he looks.
Well, there's only one way to know. There's only one way to know, Sean, because I think you look a lot different than you sound. So, what's up?
Absolutely.
I sound like a robot and look like a redneck.
No, see, look. Here's the thing. I sound sexy, and then when you see me, it complements my voice.
All right,
that's debatable. That's debatable.
All right, so put up a picture. Put up a picture of that sexy caramel mug, and we'll decide.
I will too.
Wait, hold on. This may.
Sean G could infiltrate a white nationalist surfer Nazi group, right? Like vocally, get on the phone and they send a Patrick Swayze clone.
I would just be friends with. What are you talking about? Like, you
Friends
understand?
with
I have
the Nazi,
I have neo-Nazi friends. I have this back like when I was my early 20s. Remember the Nazi movement and all that shit? The neo-Nazis and all that shit? Okay, so there was a branch that sectioned off of them, and they weren't about violence. They were all just about my race stays with this race, blah 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 blah. My
segregation.
No, but it was like, their daily lives did not play a part on their values and how that should work. So they were cool, but when it came to family, that's where there was a distinguishing attitude about it. They called themselves the new generation Nazis. Huh?
So it wasn't like American History X.
No, not at all. It was like that without the extremists.
So it's actually it's pretty funny because that's actually it still is, but that's the introduction. It's like
racial purity. That's how they start.
Yes. They started off. It's for like the older generation came up with something like that for the younger generation to draw them into it, to start segregating again. Mm-hmm. But all in all, it'll go right back to the neo-Nazi movement. And I mean through and through, they pull them out of that and pull them into the neo-Nazi movement.
Find a picture. I'll
you see what I'm saying? To draw it in deeper. Yep. But I mean they still do like on the internet, they still like advertising stuff. They still have all sorts of stuff for advertising. It's crazy.
I think there's a white nationalist like dating website, kind of like Match.com.
Yep.
For like white nationalists.
Have you been raising your hand for a long time?
I think Sean could catfish them all because he sounds like Patrick Swayze, right?
Oh,
so he'd set up an alt white dating.
No, check this out. Okay, you want to see how cool? So check this out. I know some of you have seen him in my chats. He's a good friend of mine, the Cynic. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys may know who I'm talking about. I met him when I first became a flat earther. He was like, he had just ran into it, and he was in that I'm gonna argue with him because this is a stupid argument conversation that we had, and we ended up debating on one of my first live streams. And blah blah blah. We ended up becoming cool because he's respectful, and like it wasn't just I didn't have the same bullshit argument as all the other flat earthers. But what I didn't know is that he used to live stream. Now he used to be a pretty big live streamer, like not huge, like he has like I think 8,000 to 9,000 subs, and he like would put out these like 3-minute clips about what's going on, like the Al-Anon and blah blah blah. I don't even know, but you know what I'm talking about. So I start going over there, and I find out real quickly. Now, mind you, I've talked to this guy Cynic numerous times. Super cool dude. We've talked about family and stuff. Okay, when I first met him, I was convinced this dude was black. Step one, no, white as it gets. Step two, I find out that not only is he white, not black, I say 90% of his viewers are these young, white is right nationalist type fuck races and all this. So the first week or two, I just stayed in the chat. And I go on his panel and just have a conversation with him. Cynic knew I was black. I never came out and just said it, but I was able to just have a conversation. So we just let it go. And it was like our little joke. So for months, I was on his stream all the time. So everyone got cool with me. I go in the chat like, "Hey, Sean, what's up?" This one girl that was also on his chat as a friend, she's on before we go live, so the panel starts early. And me, Cynic, and Jennifer, his co-host, we're just bullshitting. And I'm like, and somebody's, or Jennifer says something like along the lines of, "Wouldn't it be funny if everyone in the chat," because at this point she knows and that I'm cool with everyone, and she goes, "Wouldn't it be funny if we finally told everyone that you were actually black?" This other girl that was like just a viewer, but she hangs out on the panel was there. She freaks out and disappears for months on end. I get a message and he goes, he tells me that like she had this whole religious experience and she had to view things because she thought everyone was deceiving her and all. I was like, holy crap, what is happening? Yeah. So
Hey, Chonji, do you
when
want
they all
to
found out
people?
they were funny. They thought it was funny as shit. What's up?
If people haven't seen how Dross the legend on a chat looks like, I post two gifs of him in your stream. So he looks 99% exactly like. I'm not even shitting you.
I'm showing it right now.
No, not that. It's a Dross. Yeah, exactly like that. I'm
the
not even
GIF?
bullshitting you.
The GIF one, right?
Yeah, the GIF one. He looks
Yeah.
exactly like Jack Black, bro. Like that with a white beard, whitish beard.
I'm never gonna not be able to see that now whenever he talks. Just saying, like that will never be unseen.
That's Dross. He's been on camera with a book and shit, bro. He's exactly like that, man. Just like that, yeah.
Dross
You've seen him,
makes an
guys.
awesome astronaut.
Yeah, who have seen him? And
Oh, I've seen him a couple times. Yeah, he does. He looks almost exactly like that. His hair's a little bit longer.
I know what a lot of people. I don't know what Dress looks, but I know what a lot of people look like. Because remember when I did the rumpus thing? So I have like 50 to 60 pictures of random people. Like some of them, like remember at one point I was like, "You guys gotta let me know who you are, and if you want your name or just your YouTube name," because like I couldn't distinguish. I just got like random people that look like rumpus, and I don't know what half of them are. Because like they didn't go, "Hey, my name is this. This is my rumpus." Like so, I would just get these random pictures from random emails without a screen name. But yeah, I digress. I was gonna end the stream a while ago.
Yeah, I was on a camera for quite a while, for the most part. Driving around.
It's I don't know. It's overrated. That's for damn sure. Put it this way: for me, for Jose, who else is on this path? That's everyone that streams. Yeah, for me and Jose is probably the only time it matters. Believe it or not or being on camera does something. It makes viewers more comfortable, and they stick around longer. More people come to it than seeing an avatar. So Jose being so when Jose and Jose being live on camera gives it more of a personal stream to it. Not being on camera, it is kind of different. So when you stream, it matters. To everyone else, it's overrated. There's no reason to be on camera ever.
Yeah, true. The person that last was on camera that is a new thing is Slice Parkane. He was on my show a few days ago, and he turned his camera. He was showing a little something. I go like, "Hey, dude, somebody told me the other day that you were like in a full hours on camera on the Steve McRae and the whatever. They had a big panel, and Sly was on camera. I said like, dude, show your face. He go like, ah. He pointed the camera to his face like, did a little something. So it's cool.
Show
I mean,
your
he's been on
face.
camera. I go like, show your face, man. Like, piece.
Yeah, it
cool.
goes is a double edged sword to it. I'd say if you're in a situation where it's never brought up, makes zero difference, don't do it.
Yep.
Don't. Like I've told people there are certain people that come on and talk, and I just said, circular reasoning is one of them. I know what he looks like, and I told him there's no reason for it. Don't show yourself, because there is an issue with our trolls. Our trolls will eat you up, and if you're not you don't have a tough skin, you're gonna spit you out. And my advice is if you don't need to, don't do it. That's why I hate when Pete presses it. But at the same time, if you're being fucked with, or you're the other side, like Sly is to Flat Earth, it's better just to be out there. I'm out there. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna do now? You can't. I live here. This is what I look like. Once you do that,
FYI,
it's a waste of their
if
time.
you think we have tough trolls, you should go over to the O's and.
That's because that's how I was. When I got doxxed, I didn't go on like this whole tear. I'm gonna call a cop. I was like, yeah, come to my house. Come to my house. I have a friend of mine that wants to meet you. She doesn't ask questions. She just goes.
Come on in, boys.
Yeah, I invite, because that's when I also lived in. It's Lakeside, but it used to be like in our back country area. It's roads, but it's not rural. Our neighbors, like, you didn't have a neighbor for a block in either direction, but there was property. So where I lived, once it became nighttime, if you weren't invited and you're on my property, you better believe that my sidearm's on my side. That's the kind of area I grew up in. And no, it's not ghetto. It's literally out in the country, and that's how you live in the country.
Yeah, I mean, when you go out to play hide and seek when you're a kid and you climb up in a tree and there's a cougar up there, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Put it this way, I had a good friend of mine. He grew up in our local like mountains, like our actual mountains up in Big Bear, where Mount Whitney and those areas. From age 12 to I'd say 16, I'd go up there like over the summertime, and we go hiking and stuff. And it was real weird because you leave your kids leave the house now, and what do you say? You have your cell phone. Well, when we go on these hikes, because we go for the day, it wasn't do you have your cell phone, it was do you have your rifle? Because you have to worry about bear and cougars where we were. That is the predator. that is the guy pulling up asking if you want candy.
Yeah, that's like we had 22s no matter what. If we had rifle, we had shot shell for snakes, rattlesnakes.
Yeah, the little balls, the little BBs inside the bullet.
Yeah, we grew up with 22s and short rifles and air rifles and shit just to protect ourselves out in the woods.
My dad had a 45, a revolver. Snake shot in it.
Yeah. It's just right there on the side.
And those things were like, I remember the first time I saw it, I was like 5 or 6, I think, when I first time I saw it. And it was just like these big bullets with like, I think there's at least 20 to 30 BBs inside of it. And I was like, what is this? And he was like, it's for the rattlesnakes. And then when I got old enough to actually start, being a linesman for my dad and all that stuff when we were serving, walking in the brush, holding a sidearm, what happens is this. You see snakes crossing the road, right? Or on a hiking trail. Well, those are the young snakes, the inexperienced snakes. But there are a batch of snakes that are ungodly big. Now, when I say ungodly big, put it this way: it is not uncommon for a surveyor to come across a Western Diamondback or Pacific Western Diamondback in California. It would be very common to run across one in the brush at maybe hitting 8.5 feet. I've come across numerous ones that were in the 6 to 7 foot range. And
Hey,
trust
that's
me,
a good start on a pair of boots.
and I'm gonna tell you, yeah, and I'm gonna tell you right now, a rattlesnake at 7 feet, its girth is at least I'd say about 8 inches. I mean, they're stupid big. Like, I grew up seeing snakes. I've been around boa constrictors, Burmese pythons, and I've held a 9.5 foot Burmese python. And when you see a rattlesnake that is almost as thick as a Burmese python at a certain point, you go, what the fuck am I looking at? I'm telling you right now, a rattlesnake over 6 foot does not look like a rattlesnake that's 3 foot long.
No, it looks like a monster. We get Sean around here in Alabama. We get Eastern Diamondback, and they're about 7 feet. And I grew up out on Lake Tuscaloosa.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, we don't have 21 of the top 25 venomous snakes, but this
Yeah, but
some bitch
see,
is big.
here's the thing,
And
Davros.
it'll bite you hard, and it
We
hurts.
got a snake that'll kill 100 of you.
Yeah, here's the problem, Davros.
In one fucking bite.
You have bitch snakes. All your snakes look like little girl snakes, and they have big bites.
The number one most venomous snake in the world is called the fierce snake.
How big is it?
How much more awesome do you want that to be?
We want it
It's
to
a
not
6 foot
look like
snake.
a woman's pocket.
It's a 6 foot snake, and it has enough venom to kill over 100 men in one bite.
I bet they can't outrun a forest fire.
Final thoughts. I gotta get out of here. It's flat, guys. Boom.
I gotta get. Hey, thanks.
It's not flat.
Boom.
I gotta get out.
Not
of here.
flat.
Hey,
don't lie.
We'll continue this conversation in a minute. I'm deafening myself so I can get out of here. I'll be right back.
Davros.
All right, guys. Fun hangout. Like I said, that's what this is. Chill spot. Thanks for stopping in, hanging out, sitting down, smoking, drinking, doing whatever the hell you do while you listen to me and my friends hang out, while you are friends hanging out in the chat, or just hanging out listening while you're at work. I don't care. Want a place to chill, talk to people? That's what this is. Like I said. So, that was a fun one. Tomorrow, again, I'm in the works with talking to Travis. I hope it works out. But the plan tomorrow for me is to wake up early, drive north, meet up with Travis, and hopefully make these observations together. And at that point, I'm not sure if he planned on live stream, but no matter what, I will live stream the meetup, and I will live stream any observations, video, any observations. But that is the plan, so hopefully that works out. Keep everyone informed. If I see you guys around, I'll let you know. Again, for future streams or just in the meantime, if you guys want to just hang out, I'm in the Discord server. Click the link in the description or apostrophe Discord. It'll give you the link. We're always there hanging out, bullshitting, or we're at Jose's. More importantly, I actually deleted and started over on my website, the Truth Frontline. That's in the description. If you type in apostrophe Truth Frontline, it'll give you the link. The bot will. But yeah, I really turned that around and started working on it. So I appreciate it if you guys check that out and give me some feedback on it needs this or this is cool, just so I have an idea, because I'm really gonna commit to doing the website. It's fun working on it, so check that out. What else? Again, February 8th, I want to do that fight. Jose, we may need to talk. Got some good ideas. Or testing of a server. But yeah, other than that, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Just rambling now. But I had plans. Yeah, I'll let you guys know. Here's the thing. Doubleheader. If Travis doesn't meet up, then you guys are going to get to see me roll. Because I'm going to go. I got a buddy that lives up there in that area. And if Travis flakes, then I've already talked to him. I'm going to go meet up with him. And you guys get to see me start training again. I got a tournament in February I'm going to be training for again. And you guys are going to get to watch it happen. So that's going to be the plan for tomorrow. out of what on the go and trying out the phone live stretch. So we'll see how that works out. And other than that, I think that's what we'll do. If it's all good with Jose, we'll do that every Saturday when he does his Spanish stream. I'll give you guys a place to continue speaking English, right? But other than that, yeah, no worries. I will see you guys tomorrow. I do appreciate every single one of you guys being here. I know you didn't have to, but yeah. With that being said, time for me to get the hell out of here. Peace.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're trying to make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back. You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just fake it. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds. Talking out loud so proud, you better shut your goddamn mouth before I too much speak out. It's about to get never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back? fight back.
Big man go crazy. Legendary.
Perfect.
And